Wowee. The memes have been sublime, my friends. The memes have been sublime. And we're going to continue to add to the Democratic narrative that the Republicans are all Russian stooges. That's what we're going to do. All right. We're going to sit here and we're going to add to the pile until everybody knows. Until everybody knows. If they didn't know who Tim Pool was before, they're going to now. If they were a Tim Pool follower, if they were a Lauren Chin lover, if they were a Dave Rubin enjoyer, we're gonna my friends, let's go. Now, I think that I don't know if stream will crash today or not. I don't know if we're gonna have any crashes today. We're gonna try not to. But man, the memes are so good. And yes, Gas, I did see that you had linked some good memes. So I'm gonna go ahead and open those up super quick. There's one. We got Glenn Greenwald. All right. We've got 2 Breaking Points videos. Stop. Oh my god, one is 31 minutes long and the other one is 15 minutes long. Hassan's coverage of this, guys, dude. Hassan's coverage of this has been... I've seen exactly one clip. That's all I had to see. Because instead of just, commentating on the facts, this weird immediately starts talking about Destiny's sex life. How can I connect this to Destiny somehow? Oh, it's so good. It's so good, dude. All right, so here's the plan. We're gonna watch these videos. I don't want to get too deep into any of them specifically, because at least at first, because we have a conversation that we have set up with a, and to be clear, this guy I don't dislike him at all. In fact, I like him a lot. He's a Twitter shit poster. I think he's conservative. I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't really matter. The majority of what he posts is significantly tamer and significantly more, reasonably researched than 90% of people that I see on Twitter. He's like a open source intel person, I think. Big on talking about Ukraine war and the military and stuff like that. We talked to him 3 years ago when I got into a fight with the Second Amendment people. He came on and we had a conversation about gun control, and ended up being a pretty chill, fun conversation. So hopefully it'll be a chill conversation. Hopefully we don't hate each other by the end of it. But we're going to be talking about the Trump Arlington Cemetery stuff. But in the meantime, we do have some breaking points. We do have some breaking point stuff to go over. For the 30-minute video, skip 10 minutes. That's where it's juicy. Well, here's a question. This one was posted 4 hours ago. So these were posted on the same day. See Elon Cope? Oh yeah, I clicked on this when you linked it. The AP stands for Associated Propaganda. It's like right-wing influencers were duped to work for covert Russian influence operation, US says. That's the headline. They're right-wing influencers, so why would Donald Trump's Like they're all sitting there saying that Donald Trump needs to get elected. So having Donald Trump's face as the picture there, why is that a bad thing? Yeah, it's such cope. It's such cope. It's such cope, dude. But that's like all we're seeing right now is a bunch of cope. It is unbelievable. But now here's a question. Should I watch the one that was posted 4 hours ago before the one that was posted 1 hour ago? Is there a recommended watch order here, or I'll go ahead and open up the
Ukraine is the enemy of this country.
Hasan one as well. Yes, watch this one first. Okay. And you said to skip to. No, you know what? We'll just watch the whole thing.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. We have an amazing show.
And we'll speed through the first 10 minutes.
Boy, are there some interesting stories out there this morning. We're going to start with this wild DOJ indictment that involves a bunch of top online influencers. The details are really quite extraordinary. So we'll break all of that down for you. Part of a broader crackdown on a Russian disinformation influence campaign. So we'll get into that broader effort as well. Trump today, Fox News town hall last night with Sean Hannity. A lot of hard-hitting questions there. But there were some interesting moments that we want to take you through.
It was despite Hannity that we got some.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, also, one thing that I want to do, and I don't know at what point he talks about it in his video. Lord Jesus. Sorry. One thing I want to do is I saw that Rob Noor was talking about this yesterday. And after stream, almost immediately after stream, he said a nice thing about me. Right? I click around after I finish streaming for about 5 minutes. I just like poke my head in at other people's streams. He said something nice about me, so I don't want to like shit on him too much. Before I even know what he said about it, but he talked about the he talked about the tenant media stuff. So I am interested to see what his point is, because he's been on Tim Pool, he's been on some of these shows, right? So. Eesh. I mean, I don't think that Rob is paid Russian disinformation, but like, here's my thing. All right, there's two different angles that this could go down, and maybe we'll read the actual indictments today. But there's either the they knew pathway, or there is the they are such useful idiots that all of their talking points line up enough with the Kremlin's talking points that they were willing to drop millions of dollars. What is it, a month or is it a year, on these people? I'm pretty sure one of them was getting paid like $1 or $2 million per month. The indictment says Lauren Chen and her husband knew. Ooh. But they're Canadian, so how are we gonna? Well, I mean, unless Canada almost certainly has an extradition treaty with us, so kind of rough. But I wouldn't like, and I know this won't happen. But there should be a moment of reflection for all these commentators, for all the people watching them, where they say, damn, these people were being paid millions of dollars, whether they knew it or they didn't know it, by the Russian government to push these narratives. And they would only pay them that much if it gave them some benefit, if it enacted some, if it was getting them something that they wanted. And so if the Russian government wants them to push these narratives, and their stated goal is to cause chaos and sow division in the United States through false news, or like extremely biased news, or however you want to phrase it, maybe we're wrong. maybe I should reflect on what my positions are. Maybe I should reflect on what I thought to be true. Now, this won't happen, but it should, right? I think I'm going to talk less about it going forward. I like it because I don't. One second. I should be the only one in the house right now. Sorry about that. The cats were getting into the under the sink. I heard a door open and shut. It was one of the cabinets. They were just prying it open. Sorry. What was I talking about? Speaking of division, Putin endorsed Kamala. Yeah. Why would anybody believe? Why would anybody believe what Putin says? I mean, I propose we swap Tim Pool and Benny Johnson for some of those prisoners Russia's holding. They might find a better home there, true. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's just jump into this video.
Yeah, and also it was billed as a town hall, but then nobody actually asked me questions outside of Sean Hannity. It's like,
what's going on with that?
Whatever. So we'll show you the highlights, lowlights, whatever lights from that. We also have some new polls to break down for you, in particular, a slew of new battleground polls from CNN that are quite interesting. And if they came to fruition, would have the electoral college map so incredibly close. So this election continues to, be just as tight as it possibly could be. We're also going to break down fact from fiction on this wild Aurora gang apartment building story that has gone viral that Elon Musk has been promoting. I'll just leave it at that, and we'll take you through all the details once we get to that block.
So boomers are up in arms about it.
Yes,
so, well, perhaps
indeed.
you can send it to your mom.
Yes, indeed. All right, so let's go ahead and get to this story. Just bear with me while I go through the details because I think it will pay off for you in the end. So the DOJ put online an indictment of 2 Russian nationals who work for RT. Okay, what they are alleged to have done is to have funneled $10 million through a Tennessee-based content creation company called Tenet Media. Okay, we can put the story up on the screen. So your major players are these 2 Russian nationals. They're the ones who are indicted. This media startup called Tenet, who has a number of very highly recognizable and influential right-wing media creators on their payroll, including Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Lauren Southern, and a couple others I was less familiar with, Matt Christensen.
Yes.
And somebody Hansen.
Yes.
It's like the same name as somebody from the Hansen band.
Oh, you were talking about not talking about something in the future. Yeah, so something I'm probably going to stop talking about in the future because, like, I reference it a lot, and I don't think it, like, gets me the, I try and make a point with it, and I don't think it gets the point across that I want it to. The fact that I was formerly a socialist, while this is true, and everybody that watches my stream knows that it's true, I don't think it actually gets the point across very, very well that I'm trying to get, which is I used to be I used to have one worldview, and I completely swapped that worldview when presented with new evidence. I think that I'll have to figure out a way to make that point better, but I think that on one hand, I really just don't want to be associated with it ever again. I don't ever want to be associated with it ever again. And then I also don't want to. It feels cringe saying it now. And I started feeling that way a while ago, a little bit. But especially, and I kind of thought about this after stream last night. Especially after going to that communism museum that I went to last week, it's not really much of a badge of pride, right? Like if I was a former Nazi, right? I feel like in 2016 or 2017 or 2018, I'm sorry, not even 2016, 2018, 2019, getting de-radicalized and then using that as a point of hey, look, you guys can get here too, was something that you could use as a point of personal experience. But leftists don't care about that. And so all I'm doing is, it's one of the most ultimate virtue signals, and I think I need to find a new way to illustrate the point that I can very, or it's not that it's very easily, because obviously if you have a complete worldview, it's not going to easily change overnight. But what I can do is I can take in new information, process it, and if it conflicts with something that I already or that I previously believed, I either need to find a better way to defend what I believe, or I have to change my position. And I just need to like find like workshop a new way to like get that point across that's as like short and punchy as a former socialist, right? So if you guys have any ideas on how to phrase that or what to do on that, like either in conversations or in making, like tweets or public statements on Twitter or something like that, like that would be very helpful. But I just don't think that's I don't think it's something that should be used like that. And I don't think that it's effective even if it yeah. Anyways, let's watch.
ban on
Yeah,
Loomer,
that's
but
right,
it's not the same guy.
Anyway,
I actually looked it up just to make
The
sure.
major names of Billy Johnson, Tim Pool, and Dave Rubin. I think many
Those are the
people
major ones.
know.
Yes, okay. And again, none of these individuals are accused of wrongdoing.
Correct.
However, the details here are quite extraordinary. So, Tenet Media hires these influencers for extraordinary sums of money to produce some content for them. I'm talking like $100,000 a video, under the pretext that the Tenet Media people, run by Lauren Chen and her husband, what's his name? Liam Donovan, under the pretext, which they apparently knew was a false pretext, that there was this elusive, wealthy businessman who was funding all of this. And again, we're talking like $100,000 a video plus, insane amounts of money for this, okay? So it turns out that this elusive businessman is totally made up. Turns out that these two RT, like Russian agents effectively, were influencing content. They were in the Discord telling these creators and producers involved with these videos that were being, produced for this money, like, hey, let's focus in on this angle of maybe it was Ukraine that was behind the ISIS Moscow attack. Hey, why don't you guys post this Tucker Carlson grocery shopping video? I'll show you that in a minute, which is hilarious because one of the producers was actually like, this just seems like direct shilling. And they're like, no, you should do it. And they're like, okay, fine, we'll do it. So directly shaping content and getting paid through this, shady enterprise that comes direct. This is what's in the indictment, okay? These are the allegations from the government. So let me read you a little bit of that article that we just had up. It says the indictment claims the personalities on Tenet were not aware of the backgrounds and intentions of the two Russians, and that the funding for the company came through a Canadian shell company from a front man named, and this is the fake guy, Edward Gregorian, who did not exist. Despite the fact that Google searches for Edward Gregorian did not return any results, two of the commentators.
That's the thing that like makes me feel like they should absolutely be that like their communications, like all of their communications internally about this this media group, all of their communications with the media group, I think that all of that should be subpoenaed. Because if I listened to a little bit of Destiny reading through the indictment, the beginning of the indictment before I started streaming, and they I don't remember who it was, but they were like asking multiple times for like, who is this Edward Gregorian person? Can we get like a LinkedIn page? Can we get like an article, like an interview or something like that? And I don't think that they got like a fake bio picture, like not like a movie or anything, but like or like a biography, like a short one. And it's like, you don't think that this sounds a little too good to be true? You don't think that like some random person in, I think they said that they told them that they were based out of the Czech Republic. Like, you don't think that this is like a little too good to be true? They were based out of like some foreign country. You can't really find anything about the guy that's founding or is like bankrolling this whole operation. When you do ask for that, they're being cagey about it and they don't give you the information really quick upon first or second request. And then like after that, you get like this hastily made little biography, one-page biography of the guy. And you're just like, now it is totally fine. Wasn't it Tennessee? The bankroller was supposed to be in the Czech Republic or something. I can't remember exactly. But the Tenet Media is Tennessee, but the bankroller was from a foreign country. And they just like didn't think that was sketchy whatsoever. I feel like they're I feel like we would also hear about them like constantly getting scammed by Nigerian princes if that was the case, right? Like, oh man, this guy told me that he was a Nigerian prince, and I asked for proof, and he sent like a little his LinkedIn page, and so I immediately, I mean, like, I guess he must be real. He must actually be a Nigerian prince. So I sent him $500,000, and he was supposed to send me $3 million back, and he hasn't sent me that money back. Can someone please help? I'm a victim. Like, I don't know. And it could just be one of those things that I don't know what I don't know, and therefore, like, there's something that I'm missing that would make me change my mind on this. But, like, come the on, dude. Sagar uses Indian guy from Microsoft as an example. No, he doesn't.
And it appears that those two commentators are, one of them is definitely Tim Pool, the other one's probably Benny Johnson, potentially Dave Rubin,
Yes.
are the sort of focus of a lot of what's in this indictment. In any case, despite the fact that the Google searches didn't return any hits for this dude, the two commentators went through with the deal, the indictment alleges, after receiving a resume. Let's put A2 up on the screen that has a little bit more detail. Eventually, they did the deal. Benny Johnson, we think that could be Dave Rubin, but one of the two of them would unknowingly work for the Russians for $400,000 a month in exchange for 4 monthly videos. Guys, we work in this industry. That is an insane amount of money per video, plus a $100,000 signing bonus. Apparently, Tim Pool also got the $100,000 a video, but no signing bonus. This person opines weak negotiating skills. Let's put the next piece up on the screen. This is the Tucker grocery store situation I was telling you about. So,
oh my God, you know what? I'm actually so curious. Did the Breaking Points people make a video on the Tucker Carlson videos? Carlson. Oh, I wish that I could sort the search by recent. God, that would be so based. What am I looking for? I just wanted to see if they made a video over Tucker Carlson visiting that what do you call it? Well, if the grocery store visit, but 6 months ago. So let's. Oh, but their videos, they put like 5 videos out a day. Only the interview. Damn, it would have been so funny to see what they said about the Tucker Carlson video on the grocery store.
on or about February 15th, they say one of these producers who was using a pseudonym, who was actually a Russian national, works for RT, and one of the individuals who's actually indicted, shared with Tenet Media a video of, they say, a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a grocery store in Russia. We all know that's Tucker Carlson. The Russian national posted the video in the producer Discord channel. Later that day, a producer privately messaged one of the founders, Lauren Chen, on Discord and said, they want me to post this, referencing the video that the Russian national had posted. But it just feels like overt shilling. Lauren Chen replies that her husband thinks we should put it out there. The producer acquiesces, responding, all right, I'll put it out tomorrow. So one of the reasons this detail is important is because it shows the direct impact that these Russian nationals who were posing as not Russian nationals and who were involved in this producer Discord were exerting on the type of content that was being produced. Let's put the ISIS Ukraine piece up here as well. It's another instance where they were trying to influence the content that was being put out by these creators. The Russians wanted to blame the ISIS Moscow attack. This person opines on Ukraine. They got commentator 3 to do it. So that would either be Dave Rubin or Benny Johnson. We're not sure, because the reason we're able to deduce who these people were is because the indictment lists not their names, but the number of YouTube subscribers they have.
Yes.
And Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson have basically the same number of subscribers. That's why we're not sure which is which. And they both ended up putting out statements. We'll get to those in a moment, but Sagar, initial reactions to this extraordinary chain of alleged events, which, by the way, no one is really denying it.
No, none of them are denying it. Lauren Chen has not put out a statement, neither her husband, Liam Donovan. So again, just to recap in the indictment, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson.
Lauren Chen has a much better lawyer than any of the rest of them for telling people to telling her not to make one of the like a statement like everybody else did, dude. Come on.
And Tim Pool were not aware, according to the U.S. government, that they were being paid via Russian cutouts. But the indictment makes it very clear.
I think that they should subpoena those like internal comms around this. I think that this is I think that there's just like no way. How could you not be at all suspicious? You don't know who this person is. You tried to get the information about who the person is that's bankrolling this, and they were cagey about it. And then once they did give it to you, it was like a 1-page little biography with like a picture that could have been anybody or even like an AI generated human being, you know? Not to go over it again, but the FBI knew the kid from Georgia, another fail by the Feddies. Well, again, like the thing that I was saying yesterday is like the FBI doesn't have the ability to do anything, right? It's not a fail by the Feddies if the Feddies don't have the power to do anything. Which is why I was arguing for the FBI to be able to do something. You realize that you're kind of making my point for me. It's not a fail by the Feddies. Criminal threats were made. Nothing was done to the kid at all. Yeah. And they didn't have enough there to prosecute. They didn't have enough there to get a... Yeah, I won't get one guy, but I'm just going to say this. Like, I listened to news coverage over this, but listen, the kid, he made the threats on a gaming forum, and then the police contacted him and his family. They said that he didn't have access to guns. He said that he didn't do it. They didn't have enough to prosecute anything, or like have enough for an actual indictment or anything like that. So yeah, I think that they closed the case, but that complaint didn't carry over from where that complaint was filed, and then this kid moved to this new school, and that complaint didn't carry over. Maybe there should be a way for the feds to carry that kind of complaint over and keep their eye on this kind of person. Maybe there should be a way for the feds to no gun list someone for making threats like that until it's like proven that they're not going to do anything. It's kind of crazy, right? But unfortunately, the Second Amendment people say that would be intruding on their gun rights. So it's not a fail by the feds if you don't give them the power to do anything once they know about the information. Okay, not getting one gun. We're talking about this right now.
That Lauren Chen and her husband were aware that, quote, it was the Russians in private communications between the two of them. Multiple other circumstantial evidence, guys, showing that they were like, when they couldn't get a response for why invoices weren't being paid, they were Googling time in Moscow as to why all of this was not coming in on time. I mean, at a philosophical level, it's sad, honestly, because it's very clear that the money was just so good that nobody was not asking real questions. Yeah. So, for example, let's put
which is crazy. That's crazy. The money is so good, you're not wondering where the money is coming from? You're too smart for this Russia stuff. No one is denying it. Nobody is denying it. You're on an island, Letner Goat.
5 pleas up on the screen.
This is amazing.
This is delicious because at one point they're like, hey, who is the guy? I want to see something about him. And this is literally the resume that was sent to them of some mystery rich man named Edward Gregorian. Now, we don't have full... Like, the resolution on this is actually quite bad because it comes from the indictment itself, but it says, experienced finance professional, investor, deeply engaged in business and philanthropy, leveraging skills and resources to drive positive impact. Just a bunch of complete bullshit, honestly. Life and education. They say that he had a bachelor's degree in economics, a master's in accounting. He had some professional...
This is the one-page biography that they were sent on this guy. This is the one-page biography. 1 second. Let's crank up that. Let's crank up that quality. Let's crank up that quality. Come on. We're not going to get the quality any better. But look at this. This is what they sent them. And they were like, oh, well, that's enough for me. That's enough for me. And then they took all the money, didn't question it further. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. Now, according to the indictment, they haven't pulled any evidence that would show that they don't, right? But like, at that point, if they really had no reservations whatsoever, then like it's entirely possible it wasn't the we knew about this and we were just spreading Russian information. It's the other one. It's that they were so stupid and their ideas just so happened to align with all of the kind of talking points that the Russians wanted them to say, that that's why they were selected, because they were useful idiots for a hostile foreign nation.
Experience in financial analysis and consulting, but they list some fake banks that he had allegedly worked at, and in general said he was an accomplished financial professional, Mr. Gregorian. The problem is that a basic amount of research would have revealed that Gregorian does not exist because there was no financial footprint, there was no footprint on bank websites, there was no Google history. I mean, it's basically impossible in the world at this point to become a person who could afford $10 million funneling to these people without having a financial profile at all. It's basically, the chance is zero, especially if you were working in finance. LinkedIn, any bank records, bank websites, even if you were using Archive or Wayback Machine or any of those, you'd be able to find them. And so that should have set off major alarm bells. But really what it is that because we work in this business, sorry, those sums are insane. And if you go on the Tenet Media YouTube channel, the videos were getting like 8,000 views. Okay, so just so everybody understands, 8,000 views. I mean, how much do you make off that? Maybe $150? Maybe $100 bucks.
Maybe.
If
I'm
the
sorry,
producers
what
want
did you just say?
to, because there was no financial footprint, there was no footprint on bank resume that was sent to them of some mystery rich man named Edward Gregorian. Now, we don't have full. Like the resolution on this is actually quite bad because it comes from the indictment itself, but it says experienced finance professional investor, deeply engaged in business and philanthropy, leveraging skills and resources to drive positive impact. Just a bunch of complete bullshit, honestly. Life and education. They say that he had a bachelor's degree in economics, a master's in accounting. He had some professional experience in financial analysis and consulting, but they list some fake banks that he had allegedly worked at. And in general, said he was an accomplished financial professional, Mr. Gregorian. The problem is that a basic amount of research would have revealed that Gregorian does not exist. Because there was no financial footprint, there was no footprint on bank websites, there was no Google history. I mean, it's basically impossible in the world at this point to become a person who could afford $10 million funneling to these people without having a financial profile at all. It's basically, the chance is zero, especially if you were working in finance, LinkedIn, any bank records, bank websites, even if you were using Archive or Wayback Machine or any of those, you'd be able to find them. And so that should have set off major alarm bells. But really what it is that because we work in this business, sorry, those sums are insane. And if you go on the Tenet Media YouTube channel, the videos were getting like 8,000 views. Okay, so just so everybody understands, 8,000 views. I mean, how much do you make off that? Maybe 150 bucks? Maybe 100 bucks.
Maybe.
If the producers want to correct me, they can, but it actually could be less. It could be like 50.
They say much less.
Oh, okay. See, I don't even know.
Yeah. Well, and
we don't have videos that get that low amount of views, so I don't know. But
especially when you consider the amount of production.
Yeah, exactly. The production value and
I read through this entire indictment, which was enjoyable, to be honest with you, because some of the details there, again, are really quite entertaining. People were raising at the time, like at, the Tim Pool and whether it was Dave Rubin or Benny Johnson, like they want all this money. There's no way this is going to be economic. And the Russians come back to her like, no, we're good with it.
Right.
It's like, okay,
I guess they were just
what are we doing here?
I mean,
and the other funny thing about the fake resume, so whether Benny Johnson or Dave Rubin, whoever was the commentator that was, raising these questions and was asking like, hey, I can't find anything about this guy. Like, can you send me something? And so he gets this farcical resume back.
Yes, yeah.
And the one concern that he raises is somewhere in the buzzword gobbledygook that's on this resume, it references social justice. And that was the one thing that he was like, whoa, I don't know. I don't know.
I'll speak up for him. That is a red flag, right? Because if somebody has that on your resume and you don't know anything else about it.
Of all the situations, that was the red flag.
For me, the red flag is the money. I'd be like, hold on a second. You're going to pay me 400 grand a month to post 4 videos. And each of those 4 videos is going to get 8,000 views. So you're going to make maybe a couple $100 at best over all of this. So what's in it for you?
But the fact of the matter is, and you could speak to this probably better than I can, like there is a lot of ideological money floating around in right-wing circles.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is like sort of in defense of them that, there's all these billionaires who want to have their taxes cut. And so even if they don't, and $10 million is nothing to them. And so even if it's the posting of that one video isn't economic, they're engaged in a broader ideological project that they believe is going to pay off for them over time. And so I mean, that's what's crazy is like, obviously we don't swim in these ways. We don't take money from any. It's like all dependent on you guys and, like really important, obviously, that we do those things. But that's why when I read through this, it feels so preposterous because that amount of money just being thrown at you to do 4 videos a month is insane.
Well, I'll speak to a couple of things. Yeah. Well, first is the way that we set up our business. I'm extremely vindicated on this because for people who, we've spoken about this some at length, but we are 100% financed by our premium subscribers.
1 second. This is who you support. Okay, Ukrainian soldiers acting badly, okay.
Through our subscription program, and then programmatic advertising, which is placed on YouTube or podcast ads.
That means we've never talked to an advertiser.
You know what's worse than Ukrainian soldiers mocking a Russian man after they invaded their country to, gain a better seat at the table when it comes to negotiations? The Russians invading Ukraine in the first place.
Never spoken to an advertiser.
Period.
In fact, the only input that we have is that in certain categories that we don't want. So we could actually make even more money if we're willing to have like shilling credit cards or any of those other things play.
If we were just willing to read ads on our podcast.
Well, so that was my next thing. So then the next phase of that, and this is where, there's been a lot of pressure always from any people who are involved in business. So they're like, well, you can make 5 to 10 times more if you were to just read ads. And we're always like, yeah, but should a guy who's bringing you the news really be reading a ball shaving ad? Like, I don't really think so. And by the way, that is where the most money is. Or Blue Chew or any of these others. If you're a comedian, I totally totally get it. That's fine. Get your bag, you know, but whenever you're in news, like it's just different. And so we never chased outside revenue. And that's part of what I see here is that when you're out there and you're making deals with gold companies and shaving companies and all these other things, maybe it doesn't seem as preposterous if somebody wants to pay you X $100,000 a month. And that's just in the private sector. Remember, these guys are getting millions and millions of views. Like, let's be real. There's a lot of money floating around. And then secondary to that is what you identified. And this is where I'm going to give them some defense and also just some criticism here of the DOJ where it's not 100% fair. How many people do you guys know who are on YouTube or elsewhere where you just suspect maybe these people are getting paid by Israel, by Ukraine, by,
Oh my God.
I mean, anybody, by Qatar, by the Dubai.
If you think that that's the case, then prove it. If there are people that are being paid by a foreign country to influence us, I would say that's bad. That's bad. Even if there's people on my side, even if it's for a cause that I believe in, I don't think it's okay. We might get to talk to him today, depending on how much time we have. But the I can't remember his name, but Average Debate Enjoyer on Twitch, I think is his name, but I can't remember what he goes by when he's on Wick panels. I've done 2 with him. He was commenting on one of my posts today, and like. Just because there are examples of Russia giving money to people like climate activists is what he used. It's like, do you think that I'm going to say, well, that's different? No, because the whole Russian propaganda, Russian propaganda apparatus, their entire goal isn't just like one side or the other, although I think that they do favor conservatism because it's more isolationist and it allows Russia to do more of whatever the they want. But they want to make us ungovernable. They want to make every conversation in the United States difficult so that nothing ever gets done, and it gives the Russian state more latitude to do whatever they want to do, right? I mean, just look at Ukraine, how hard it's been to keep on supplying more aid to them, how much resistance there's been in Congress over this, when it is only a benefit to us, when it is something that the Ukrainians want to do. It's not a principled stance. It's not a principled stance. Why would it fall solely on America? What are you talking about? What's falling? Europe was also being hindered? Yes. Brexit has been proven to have been astroturfed. The support for Brexit was astroturfed by Russian media, and this has been proven. And the Russians admitted to it. Here's the funniest thing about this letter code. The Russians admit to literally all of this. You can find direct statements from them. You can find direct statements from Russian operatives saying, yes, we are doing this in America. Evgeny Prigozhin. You're actually subhumanly unintelligent. You think that that's an own? I'm sorry.
By the United Arab Emirates, by anybody who has a vested interest in influencing U.S. politics. In fact, I have it on good authority that there are several so-called war YouTubers who are out there who are directly on the payroll of the Ukrainian government and or cutouts of the U.S. intelligence community. You know, we've covered, and we will get to this, in terms of secret Israeli influence operations, Qatari and influence operations, Iranian perhaps influence operations. Well, the DOJ obviously is very particularly...
I don't think that... I think we can point towards definite Chinese. I think we can point towards definite Russian. I think we can point towards definite Iranian election interference in this way, where they want to spread misinformation. They want to influence our elections. We have direct evidence of this. And in some cases, they just openly admit it. Yeah, we're with you guys. And you guys are so... Y'all will continue to be able to get with by us because you guys just want to hate yourselves, and we're going to help you hate yourselves. But like the Trump campaign, I believe either earlier this month or late last month, they were hacked by Iran, and they attempted to attack, or they attempted to hack the DNC or the Kamala Harris campaign, but they weren't able to get in there, but they were able to get into Trump's. And so, like, we know that this is happening, but you know where we can't find any election interference coming from? Ukraine. You know where we can't find any election interference coming from? Israel. There's just no evidence for any of that. Like, come on.
Singling out these Russian.
John Podesta must have changed his passwords. Well, it's about like I think it was easy. It was just like a phishing thing, right? Where you like give them a link, and if they click on it, then they can access your shit, right? And I guess the Democrats have just like, I guess 2016 and 2020, they were like, you know what? We're never having that shit happen to us again. And they like trained their people to not click on links from emails that they weren't aware of who they were, right? But I guess they didn't do that same thing in the Trump campaign. So, like it's really bad for them. I'm not saying that it's a good thing that Iran hacked Trump's emails. Like that's actually that is just bad, right? And to this point, I don't think that I don't think that they were able to get anything that was too damaging to the Trump campaign out of it. I think all that they have released so far that I'm aware of was that or that they released that the internal memos around JD Vance when they were scouting him to be the VP pick. And that's the only thing that's been released so far. It would be across all news websites if they got anything. I mean, it was across all news sites, but it was like for like 1 or 2 days because nothing really came out of it so far, right? But he said the Iranian hackers said like expect more or something. But like the only thing that they've released up to this point has been the JD Vance like scouting stuff. So
this Russian scheme of $10 million.
Also, like, please, for people that listen to my voice on a regular basis, does my voice sound like weird today? Like, it feels like my voice is like a register lower than usual. And I don't know why, because I'm not sick or anything.
Now, is that an excuse? No, because here's the truth. People with ethics or people with scruples like us, we would never do this. We would never even be in a position where a deal like this even gets presented.
Yeah.
Because our representatives are very aware. They're like, no, it's not on the table.
Not on the table.
Wait, say
politics.
it again?
In fact, criticism here of the DOJ where it's not 100% fair. How many people do you guys know who are on YouTube or elsewhere where you just suspect maybe these people are getting paid by Israel, by Ukraine, by anybody, by Qatar, by Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, by anybody who has a vested interest in influencing U.S. politics. In fact, I have it on good authority that there are several so-called war YouTubers who are out there who are directly on the payroll of the Ukrainian government and or cutouts of the U.S. intelligence community. You know, we've covered and
I guess like 2 questions. Like, it would be bad if they are directly on the payroll of the Ukrainian government, right? But 1, are they a U.S. citizen? 2, are they living in the United States? Because like those 2, like otherwise, like how the fuck are we gonna prosecute them? I would agree. Like there shouldn't be someone spreading news who is being paid by a foreign government in my country. That shouldn't be happening. But you have to have 1, evidence, and 2, like someone that is actually prosecutable. Because if they don't live in the United States or they're not a citizen of the United States, then are we going to just arrest them for doing propaganda? Because propaganda is not illegal. Being paid to produce propaganda inside of the United States as a United States citizen or otherwise, as long as it's inside the United States or you are a U.S. citizen, like you have to register as a foreign agent or get. So if you're not one of those things, then how are we supposed to even go after someone for that?
We will get to this in terms of secret Israeli influence operations, Qatari and influence operations, Iranian perhaps influence operations. Well, the DOJ obviously is very particularly singling out.
But if the DOJ isn't just singling out Russia, like the DOJ was one of the people that was talking about Iranian interference and Chinese interference as well. Do you think a PAC paying money to foreigners to speak on elections is also bad, or is it only bad when Americans make money from foreigners? Do you think a PAC paying money to foreigners to speak on elections is also bad, or is it only bad when Americans make money from foreigners? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Because what the problem is you don't want some other nation to be pushing something inside of the United States to change our policies inside of the United States at the behest of some other nation. But if it's citizens within the United States paying someone from another nation to do something for the United States, I would have to think about that. Yeah, I'm talking about American PACs that pay foreigners. Yeah, I would have to think about that. But first off, I don't think I don't know if that would be illegal. And number two, it's just something I'd have to think about. Like Progressive Victory paying Loanerbox. Wait, is Loanerbox on Progressive Victory's payroll? Really? That's a little weird, but I don't know what the laws are around that, and I don't know. Yeah, and again, like when it comes to what I think about it outside of the law, I would have to think about it because it's about what the problem is what is the message being used for, right? If it is used to influence our elections, right, that would be and it's paid for by a foreign government, that would be like a really bad thing, right? If it's someone in the United States trying to push change inside of the United States and they pay someone that is a foreigner to do that, I would have to think about that. I don't know. Like, I guess I could be pushed either way on it, but yeah. But I don't see what the immediate I don't see the immediate issue with that in the same way that I see an immediate issue with a foreign agent trying to pay Americans or, trying to funnel money into America to change that, Foreign agent registration. Well, that would be like if you're trying to push something inside of the United States. And I could be wrong on that. I'm not an expert on the law. So if you guys have an example of someone getting prosecuted for that in the way that Letnergood is talking about, then I'll agree with you guys. Yeah, 100%. But I just don't know enough about it to say on that one. But I do know enough about it to say that if you're an American citizen or if you're like a company inside of the United States and you're taking money from a foreign government in order to change, to influence or subvert our elections or our democratic system, that is like a easy like a violation of the law. A group is being prosecuted right now, Black Uhuru Movement, for what, though? Oh, wait, isn't that one of the ones that was being paid by the Russian government? I remember that because it was that, crazy Ghazi guy, right? Because that would be a U.S. citizen being paid by a foreign country without registering it as a foreign agent, right? And again, if I'm wrong on any of those facts, it's just because I don't know about the specific thing, Accused of disseminating Russian propaganda for money. Well, they'll have their day in court. But if the feds put an indictment against you, you're probably because the feds. What is the Fed? What are the feds win rate? Federal indictment. Conviction rate. Oh, wait. Currently, federal prosecutors tout above a 95% conviction rate. Anytime you get indicted by the feds, you really need to either plead guilty or have the best defense of all time, or run away if you can, run away to, I don't know, the UAE or some country that's not going to extradite you. Those are your options. But if the feds indict you, it's because they have enough evidence to put you away for a long time. Which is why people don't like when if you're a criminal and the feds are coming after you, you never want to be a criminal in that situation.
This Russian scheme of $10 million. Now, is that an excuse? No, because here's the truth. People with ethics or people with scruples like us, we would never do this. We would never even be in a position where a deal like this even gets presented. Yeah. Because our representatives are very aware. They're like, no, it's not on the table.
Not on the table. Yeah, exactly. And I would have a lot of questions beyond why does it say social justice if someone's trying to throw that kind of money at you? That's an immediate red flag. And we wouldn't even be in a position to field those deals. You're exactly right, because the people we work with know that we would never, ever even consider going down that path.
I'm sorry, is anything interesting going to happen in this entire video? that we don't already know about? Like this was news that we talked about yesterday. Like,
I mean, the thing that so your point is correct. There's obviously very selective enforcement of these laws.
there's not selective enforcement. There's not selective enforcement. Come on.
And if it's, friends, then
Like if Israel's paying someone illegally, point to someone, point a finger, sound some alarm bells. Oh yeah. Also, like I don't know this for sure, so don't take this as gospel, okay? But where is it? This right here. Tenant Media. May of this year. Unless this was some like Eurocuck that it was. No, it must have been. It had to be. Oh wait, hold on. It could have been today, but just like very early in the morning. Oh, I wish that I knew where this exactly came from. So like if this is true right here, fired employee here. Here, access still. There's evidence we were actually funded by Russia, and it's a disgrace. We are traitors to America. I assume this happened in like May of this year, and this post has been deleted. I wonder if like either this post or something like it, or someone coming forward from that company, who didn't want to get by the feds, like started this investigation. I told you to skip to 15 minutes. You told me to skip to 10 minutes. Okay, Gas?
The official friends of the United States, then okay, no problem, fund whoever you want, run whatever influence campaigns you want. We're going to talk more about that when we talk about the sort of broader operation that they're conducting here, the DOJ is conducting under Merrick Garland. No doubt that it's selective enforcement, but also the specific thing they're accused of, not Tim Pool, not Dave Rubin, not whoever, but these Russian nationals are accused of. I mean, it obviously is illegal and should be illegal if the allegations are correct, because not only, I mean, they adopted pseudonyms, they created a fake persona, they laundered this money through shell companies, they were in these Discord producer chats, like under pseudonyms, pretending to be people that they weren't to manipulate this coverage. Like it is really dirty and nefarious. And the thing that disgusts me too, Sagar, is like, you're every time we have some opinions on Ukraine, on Israel, on what we've been accused of, taking money from this regime or that. And so when you actually
show us your tax return, right now.
We did it. You give so much credence.
Well, I was going to get to that too. I'm really upset about it.
You give so much credence to these arguments that anyone who has a view that's not the like official U.S. mainstream narrative, oh, well, they really have a secret agenda. They're really, a useful idiot, like apparently Tim Pool.
Yes, you are useful idiots. Yes, you're useful idiots. And you're just mad that you were a useful idiot for free.
Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson are.
And that's the issue.
And that's even though, like I said, I find the details sort of amusing, I also am like disgusted by it because it gives so much credence to those bad faith attacks that anyone who dissents on the Ukraine war is actually being paid in rubles by the Kremlin or whatever.
Exactly. And on Ukraine and on Israel specifically, I mean, Lauren Chen was somebody who was very vociferous about dual loyalty accusations and she actually spoke about free speech for Hamas protesters, one of the very few right-wing people who was doing that. And now everybody who is pro-Israel is dismissing her out of hand and is like, look, she was actually the one guilty of dual loyalty at the time. And guess what? They're right. It's actually true. She literally knew, according to the indictment. Look, maybe she has a defense. We haven't heard it yet. I've looked for statements from both her and her husband. Nothing about what the allegations are true.
Uh-oh, 1 second. Stream's saying that I'm having some connection issues. I'll just stay real still for a second while it stabilizes. Are we still good? Are you guys still seeing me? Okay, it looks like it's picked back up. It looks like we're fine now. Okay.
Or not. That's a real problem. Also in the independent media space, like you were saying, questioning Ukraine, how many times have accusations been leveled here? Oh, you're a Russian propagandist. It's like, well, apparently not a good one because I'm not getting paid.
Yeah, you're so mad that you're not getting paid for all the shilling you're doing.
Be nice. You can buy a pretty fancy Cybertruck, I think, for some of that money. But this is the issue, is that now all of independent people, especially people with dissenting views, are going to get smeared to high heaven by all of these, who knows, the Mueller she wrote, Empty Wheel, all of these lunatics, literal Russiagate-obsessed lunatics. They're having the greatest field day that they've ever had. I even see, generals, people like Mark Hertling over at CNN. He's like, this is the tip of the iceberg, the Russian propaganda machine and all that. And they're going to take this kernel and explode it out to anybody who has a dissenting view. So I guess if any other independent creators and all that are out there, it is so imperative. Actually, the onus is on you. And I don't think it's fair, right? Because CNN is paying its bills with pharma money. So is Fox News and all these other people. And they don't have to answer any questions because theirs is legitimate and legal, and that's all cool. Yeah. But they take political advertising dollars and literally go to the campaigns and sell them airtime. Apparently that's fine.
Remember, was it Saudi?
Do you think Americans should be blocked from your Russian news? The principled stance that I take on that is no, because I don't know what I would be saying. Oh, so yeah, how's it going, Ted? I didn't like officially say hello, but hi, Ted. How's it going, buddy? Um, but the principled stance is like I don't know if I feel comfortable making a delineation on what news should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed. At the same time, like the non-principled like gut reaction feeling that I have is, yeah, if you're going to be like state-run media from another nation and you're going to be pushing narratives inside of the United States and like your stated goal and how you laugh at us on the international stage about how much you're trying to like influence our elections and how stupid we are for letting you do that. Like, yeah, at that point, I want to say like, yeah, you. You're not allowed to have any. You're not allowed to have any media here. Like that's the. Yeah, that's the feeling I have. But like the principled stance that I have at this very moment, and I could be very easily swayed to the other side of this, is no, I don't think that it should be necessarily just like straight up banned because of the First Amendment, but also, all right, the Russians.
Or one of the Gulf monarchies where they directly took a bunch of money and did a whole vertical that was just like, propaganda for that country. Remember that CNN did that?
Of course. CNN, remember CNN Turk? That's actually a whole bag of worms, and nobody.
I don't know anything about
my
that.
point is just they don't have to answer for all the sketchy hundreds of billions that they take from major corporations, financial interests, gold, Viagra, and all these other places. And that's a double standard, but it doesn't matter. We're up against a system, and the system will use this to try and smear and destroy. You've given them more ammunition than they could ever want. And from now on, that's just going to be the classic thing that people put out there. Why don't we get to the statements?
Let's put Tim's statement up. This A6. By the way, you mentioned Lauren Chen hasn't put out a statement, at least when I was looking yesterday. She hadn't. I wonder if she's worried about legal jeopardy.
Well,
because
so I spoke to Brad Moss.
Yeah.
He was like, she's in big trouble. The fact that she didn't even get indicted this time around is kind of astounding, and maybe she's cooperating with the government. But yeah, I find it hard to believe. She was retweeting people and posting as of like 11 hours ago, whenever the indictment came out.
Yeah.
So how is that possible?
Right. Well, because again, there's no allegation that Tim, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern, these other people did anything wrong. In the indictment, they say, look, they had no idea, right? But the indictment alleges that Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan did know, and referring to them as the Russians, and were deceiving Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin, et al. So yeah, I do wonder if they're in legal jeopardy. Anyway, here's Tim's statement. He says, my statement regarding allegations and the leaked DOJ indictment. By the way, he corrected that it wasn't leaked. It was just like officially posted on their website. Anyway, should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived.
Let me see here. What's the problem then? Tucker was called a Putin guy from the start. The money is your problem? No, the narrative is my problem. The money is just like a reinforcing. No, hold on. Let me think about this. Is it the money? No, YouTube stream. Unfortunately, for some reason, my OBS is just up so bad that I have to stream only to Twitch right now until I can actually sit down and take time and fix that. But the reason I don't like Tucker Carlson is because he's a liar, and he's an admitted liar. And you guys still listen to him. And he seems to, like, the Russian propaganda line does seem to come from all of these people in lockstep, 100% of the way. It's all Ukraine is like full of Nazis. Ukraine is a danger to the West. Russia is like some, bastion of conservative, like masculinity that needs to be preserved, and the West is trying to sissify it. I have a big problem with the narrative in the first place because they're lying to you, and they're like basically doing the work for the Russians. The money itself is also like incredibly bad just on its face. So like I guess I have a problem with both. I don't know which one I would put more ahead of the other. Because even if the Russians were to fund, and I'm sure that they do, even if they fund stuff that I would agree with, just because whatever group they're doing it with is there to sow, discord and chaos in the, in the narrative of U.S., communications with each other. I don't think that that's acceptable, and I would want them to get prosecuted in the exact same way that Tim Pool is getting prosecuted, or maybe not Tim Pool, but like this whole situation is getting prosecuted. Don't you think that the interview with Obama's male lover and drug source was good journalism? Obama's male lover and drug source? Are you talking about Putin? What the are you talking about? No, the Tucker Carlson Putin interview was like the worst moment of Tucker Carlson's career. Like, it was the most embarrassing moment of his career, dude. Okay, sure, letting her go. All right.
And are victims. Cannot speak for anyone else at the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. The Culture War podcast was licensed by Tenet Media. It existed well before any license agreement with Tenet, and it will continue to exist after any such agreement expires. The only change with the agreement was that the location of the live broadcast moved to Tenet's YouTube channel. I and TCW never produced any content for Tenet Media. Never at any point did anyone other than I have full editorial control of the show, and the contents of the show are often apolitical. Examples include discussing spirituality, dating, and video games. Yeah, that's what he's known for. The show is produced in its entirety by our local team without input from anyone external to the company. TCW is a separate company, not associated with Timcast.com or other properties. It exists solely for the production of the Culture War podcast. That being said, we still do not know what is true, as these are only allegations. And then he goes, Putin is a scumbag, Russia sucks donkey balls, the journalists who wish to jump the gun, create their own narrative, or lie about what is currently going on. You can eat my Irish, etc. So that's his response, basically really trying to be like, no, I promise I wasn't taking, this was all my own idea. This existed before this Russian influence operation, and trying to put some distance between himself and Tenet Media. I mean, it's, listen, in a technical sense, yes, you are.
Again, if they weren't given the marching orders, that just means that the things that they were saying were so lockstep in line with what the Russian media wanted them to say in the first place that they didn't need to give them direction. They were already doing the work for them, dude. They were already doing the work for them. They just wanted them to keep doing the work for them. And also, I think, now maybe I'm getting this fact wrong, okay? So please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but is it not the case, and I don't remember if I heard this on Destiny's coverage, like the 15 minutes of it that I listened to, or if I saw it on Twitter, I don't remember exactly. But is it not true that like Tim Pool's show saw an increase in the amount of former RT journalists, like after he joined this media group?
Victim, you were also getting millions of dollars to do this, so it's hard to like cry you a river.
That's the problem about the whole. I mean, you were bamboozled. It's true, but I mean, let's be real. There are a lot of people who were bamboozled who also should have. Whenever somebody gets conned, you're like, I feel bad for you, but also it's like, really, you really thought that an Indian guy on the phone, that he was from Microsoft, you're supposed to give him 50 grand.
Yeah,
really?
but in this instance, you're not getting conned out of money.
No, 100%.
You're making millions of dollars.
That's my point. Is that it's like, okay, yeah, technically yes, but let's be honest here.
Yes.
Benny also put out a statement. Let's put this up there.
Kind of similar vibe with him.
Statement on the leaked DOJ indictment. Again, not leaked. A year ago, a media startup pitched my company to provide content as an independent contractor. Our lawyers negotiated a standard arms-length deal, which was later terminated. We are disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment, which made clear myself and other influencers were victims in this alleged scheme. My lawyers will handle anyone who states or suggests otherwise.
I have Dave Rubin's statement too, which we don't have an element for because it came out later, but he says statement on the DOJ indictment.
Didn't Destiny put out a post like, have your lawyers contact me? 1 second. The Omni Liberal. 1 second. Yeah, he did. Our lawyers negotiated a statement. What was it exactly that he said? My lawyers will handle anyone who states or suggests otherwise. So it was pitched my company to provide content as an independent contractor. Our lawyers negotiated a standard arm's length deal, which was later terminated. We were distributed or disturbed by, I did the same mistake, same reading mistake yesterday. Distributed, disturbed. By the allegations of today's indictment, which make clear that myself and other influencers were victims in this alleged scheme. My lawyers will handle anyone who states or suggests otherwise. In Desi's. Hi, Vinny Johnson. I'm suggesting otherwise. You knowingly spread disinformation and bullshit on the internet aligning with Russian interests, and you absolutely should have known better if you were getting paid massive amounts of money to do it. Your lawyers can email me. And the reason why he wants to do this sort of shit, at least this is okay. Here's my tinfoil hat theory. All right, he wants to be able to like get shit in Discovery. If this, I keep on trying not to say the mean R word. This fool tries to suggest otherwise, right? And he actually wants to bring Destiny to court over it, then it would be a bad thing for him because he would have to open up his communications to Discovery. And then all of it could be made public.
These allegations clearly show I and other commentators were the victims of the scheme. I knew absolutely nothing about any of this fraudulent activity, period. People of the Internet was a silly show covering viral videos, which ended 4 months ago. The DOJ has never contacted me regarding this matter. I have no intention to comment further. This screenshot from the indictment speaks for itself. And he screenshots a part of the indictment that talks about the fact that Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan, who ran Tenet Media, that they worked together to obscure the source of the funding. So basically saying, like, listen, they tricked us. They knew, they were lying. And, it's really on them, not on us, seems to be the implication of screenshotting that particular part of the indictment.
I mean, look, they did trick them, right? And Lauren
Show where he's getting paid by the Israeli government, and then we'll talk.
And
wild.
Liam, I mean, honestly, sorry, if this is true, you're scum. You really are, because you not only, knowingly took money from a foreign government, you also put other people in a position where now they're named in a federal indictment. And look, I mean, this is the other thing. Do they have to give that money back? Like, what do the clawback things look like from?
They should have to give that money back, and that money should be funneled directly into the Ukrainian war effort. Inshallah. Alhamdulillah, brothers.
The Department of Justice. This is literally foreign cash that has been watched. I don't know what that asked. I asked a couple of lawyers. They said it actually depends on what the government is going to do. If you're the DOJ, you probably hate all these people anyway. You're really going to give them a free ride? And it's not like that money has already been put in the bank and probably paid to employees. Like, you could be setting yourself up for a very serious problem with the U.S. government. The other thing is too, with Lauren Chen and all of them, if they haven't even been arrested, then what are you? Did you roll up? Like, did you cooperate now? So now you're both, cooperating with the government.
Does Lauren Chen, I know she's from Canada, does she live in the United States and just have a corporation that's based in the United States?
And you were not even a useful idiot. You knowingly conspired with a foreign government. This gets back to integrity. I mean, I remember at one point I was approached, I think it was Al Jazeera, and they were like, oh, there was some stupid thing that they were trying to do. And I was like, hey, no offense, I'm sure this is fine, but you guys take money from the Qatari government. I'm like, I don't take money from foreign governments. And that kind of took offense to that, actually. They're like, that suggests that we're not independent. Like, it's not about that. It's a conflict of interest. I don't do that. I wouldn't even take money from our own government if some national State Department thing was like, we wanted to give you a fellowship. I'm like, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
And that's what you kind of have to do in this business is to bring it back to the ads. We could retire several times over if we're willing to read Manscaped ads. It's just not going to happen. And does that make life more difficult? I mean, I guess in a sense. But the point is that when you're up against large forces who are going to try and destroy you, then you should definitely.
Lauren Chen used to be known as Roaming Millennial. I'm not sure if she must make YouTube content. One second. Lauren Chen.
I think that
used to be called Roaming Millennial, but now she's herself, I guess.
Definitely have a lot more scruples. I mean, for example,
you have to be unimpeachable.
With Dave Rubin, to look at some of these tenant videos about Dave Rubin, it's getting, 8,000 views of him being like, why South Park is real life. And I'm like, bro, like, seriously? You really, really believed you were that this was making $100,000? And, I should say this, Dave has happy to accuse people of being pro-Hamas and all this other stuff, right? So it's like, bro, what do you think happened? Who's paying for that fancy little studio down in South Florida? And, if some of this is all unfair, I'm just saying, like, it's not like they have all this charity when they're accusing other people, especially Dave. Benny, who I know on a personal level, I believe that he didn't know any of this. Tim, I don't know him as well, but same thing. The problem is just that the integrity is so important for independent media. And now, of course, all the Russian pro-Ukraine people are pulling all of these clips of them who are doubting, the narrative or whatever in Ukraine. And they're just saying, look, they were literally on a Russian payroll. You've discredited anybody in the independent space. And to that, that is actually what pisses me off the most about this entire thing. Because again, for all of them, we all know what the actual dollars and cents look like, right? We know what the dollars and cents are supposed to look like. And when something changes orders of magnitude away from them, your bullshit detector should be very high. Now, if it's a Silicon Valley American investor with a page and they're like, well, our plan is to start small and go big, maybe. Even though it's a little weird. But yeah, it's a conceivable plan. But nothing about this makes any sense whatsoever at all.
When
and that's the problem.
A fundamentally uneconomic proposition, you have to ask why.
Yes. Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Is this like what? I am obviously being a tool for them for something. What is it, right? And, maybe if it's an ideological project you agree with, maybe you can live with that. But to just, be placated by this phony resume and not ask any further questions is, it's embarrassing. Like, there's no other word around it. And not only have you provided ammunition for, people to come after any independent media creators, but you've really discredited your entire body of work. Yeah. People are sharing all the many tweets of Tim Pool saying, like, it's civil war. And like, oh, gee, I wonder why Russia was interested in having, like, this particular commentary sponsored. So, yes, this was a relatively, short-lived, it wasn't a long-term media project or partnership or whatever. They go to great lengths in their statements to make it clear that this was a short-term project, they've severed ties, whatever. But if you think that people are going to segregate off this one narrow slice of your commentary from the entire rest of your body of work, like, I'm sorry, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, no,
you've called everything that you have ever said into question. Whether that's fair or not is a different story.
I don't think it's fair, but that's the issue, is that, when you're up against the type of people, like, especially you and I know on Israel, that is the red line, right? And on that one, they are having the greatest field day of their lives. I see them all with the witch hunt already began. See, her anti-Semitism was sponsored by the Russians. See, this was clearly an effort to discredit the glorious nation of Ukraine. And it's like, no, these are legitimate points of view. And also though, it is kind of interesting because it does show you where the true, like, Russian agenda, people always say it's pro-Trump. Lauren Chen was actively trying to get people not to vote for Trump. Like, she's just a chaos agent. She was like, she's one of these, like, repeal the 19th people, like, don't give women the right to vote.
I'm really not that familiar with her.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard her name.
I know of her. I was catching up. And it's funny, there are actually people out there.
How would you even track Israeli money when so many are dual citizens? A country that exerts the most control of America spends nothing. They don't have to, is the thing. They don't have to, because we want to be allies with Israel, because they offer like a strong ally in a region of countries that either hate us or like highly suspicious of us at this point. Like, yeah, them and Saudi Arabia are like our only allies over in the Middle East. Well, I not our only allies, but they're probably our strongest allies over there. Because I mean, I guess Jordan, Egypt, to a certain extent, in Iraq a little bit, unless they've severed ties, and I don't know about it. But like, they don't need to. And also, it would be like really easy. Step one: someone is a dual citizen, and they are, they receive a large sum of money from the Israeli government, right? Or they start receiving a bunch of money that doesn't seem to be, traceable to any direct source of funding, right? Because it's laundered through a million shell companies, right? Number two, they put that money into AIPAC. Number three, that money goes to a politician or to a commentator or something like that. Boom, you got them. What if it's done in contracts? Well, that would just have a. What if it's done in contracts? They're paying people in the United States with weapons contracts? I'm sorry, you're so stupid.
This conservative commentator, Ashley St. Clair, who was on a podcast several months ago, asked about Lauren Chen. She was like, I think she's getting paid by some foreign influencer, which is astounding. Yeah, she was like, I really believe that. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So credit to her. I wanted to give her a shout out because that's kind of amazing. And she was like, no, a lot of these like pro-life people who are online trying to rally the vote against Trump, she's like, I think they're foreign ops. It turned out to be right. And she specifically was talking about Lauren Chen. So yeah, it's another couple questions about maybe some of these other pro-life activists who are doing that. But I'll just wrap on this. There are a lot of people out there getting paid a lot of money. Russia was certainly one of them, but Israel is also certainly one of them, and Ukraine and Qatar. And so, look, if the DOJ wants to indict all those people, I'm for it. I really am. Get all that money out of there. We'll be sitting here clean as a whistle.
Yeah.
And that's, that would be satisfying. But I also know that this is selective in terms of the outrage, in terms of where people are going to be looking, and in terms of the discrediting for all time, that will follow from this. And I think that's actually a real tragedy.
The contract is legal, well, then that's just a paper trail for them to follow. And if you think that someone's getting paid like that, you can submit a tip to the DOJ or to the FBI for them to investigate it.
For the independent media space.
Why you got?
I know a lot of these people.
Why you got to give the resistance libs so much ammo, guys?
Yes.
Why?
They're having such a field day.
Man, it feels so good to be a resistance lib right now, my guys. Tim and a former RT person who's Max Blumenthal's wife skipped a third minute for interjection.
This because you as members basically give us a guaranteed income and share the show with all your friends if you really do enjoy it. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more, we got Anya Parampil.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, who are you? What do you do?
Well, I'm a journalist with the Gray Zone. You've had a couple of my colleagues on.
This is the former RT journalist that I was referencing earlier. I don't remember if I had heard about this person because of Destiny Stream or if I saw it on Twitter or something. Nice top. Jesus Christ. Get the gooners out of chat. What the?
Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate, and I recently published a book called Corporate Coup, Venezuela and the End of U.S. Empire.
You want to hold it up?
Sure. I was happy with how the cover turned out.
I like the art.
So there it is, and it is compiling some of my reports.
I like the art.
So there it is, and
I thought it was out of the corner of my eye while reading chat. I thought that it was the cover for oh shit, Fleetwood Mac album Dreams. I was like, why is that the cover? Okay. While we're waiting on our buddy to let me know when he's ready to talk, I'm just gonna pull this. Actually, no, I don't need to. I can go right here. And I can, there we go. That way I can keep my eye on whenever he's ready. So that was their first video on it. And now this is their second one called Russiagate 2.0. DOJ says Russian memes are back. Oh man, they're so mad. They're so mad that these people got caught because it destroys everyone's credibility that pushes those talking points. It destroys all of their credibility on anything that they talk about. Oh, Tim made a video about
From
it?
the post-millennial.
Oh, man. All right. gambling time. Do we watch this one and be okay since we just watched one of their other videos with it being interrupted if this guy messages me back and he's ready? Or do we watch the Tim Pool video and just pray that we can get through it all the way through without an interruption? I'm going to watch this one. I'm going to watch the Breaking Points one first, but I want to watch the Tim Pool one so bad. I want to watch it so bad.
On to the next part. This is about Russia. This was actually the first Russia indictment to come down. And it was definitely kind of amusing. The DOJ is alleging a vast Russian social media campaign to influence the U.S. election. Here is Merrick Garland at his press conference. Let's take a listen.
Today, our colleagues at...
Where do you think the viewer assumed Tucker was getting his information? I don't think that anybody cared, is the thing. I don't think that Tucker viewers, I don't think that Tim Pool viewers care about what the source of their information is. I think that, again, and like the most honest, I think that they are completely distrustful of any media that could possibly like have a single good thing to say about liberals. I think that oh, wait, hold on. We're not starting this. Let me give this guy the Discord invite. 1 second. Okay. He said he jumped into my server, and let me give him... All right. He jumped into the server, and I gave him perms to jump in. And again, this is a guy that we talked to about like 2 or 3 years ago about some gun control issues and arguing about self-defense weapons and all of that. It was a really nice, chill conversation. And I don't really have a... I'm hoping it's not like a ultra hyper aggressive conversation because I mean, fuck, I like the guy's Twitter account. Okay, even if he posts shit that I disagree with sometimes. There's some good shit posting going on there. So let me see here. Hopefully he's not having technical difficulties. And this is going to be a conversation about I think there's actually 1 or 2 topics that we're going to go over, but the original topic for what we were going to talk about was the issue at Arlington National Cemetery with Trump. Okay, well, he knows that he can jump in, so we'll start the video, and then when he jumps in, we'll stop the video. Oh, there he is.
Yo, what's up?
Howdy, howdy. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good.
Alrighty. So I can't. I told you last night I can't say your Twitter at because of the.
That's fine. Just call me Fap Angel.
Yeah,
Some
Fap
friends of
Angel.
mine ran some anagrams on it a while back, and that's the most amusing one.
All right, gotcha. Fap Angel. All right. So I was just telling chat that the first thing that we were going to talk about. Well, actually, we can talk about whatever order that you wanted to, but the origination of the invite to the stream was the conversation about Arlington National Cemetery and Trump's situation there, to give it a neutral thing there. And then after that, I can't remember what the other post is that you said that you wanted to talk about.
I can't either, actually. I'm sure we'll remember as we talk, though.
Yeah, I think it had something to do with like Palestinian protesters or like it was the Hamas, the people saying that they like wanted someone to, or Hamas to blow up some specific people.
Yeah, that. Yeah, like what's going on with that entire ecosystem there? It's kind of weird to me.
It's a horrible ecosystem. All right. So what is your like take as of now, since like the last time that we talked or like interacted on the Arlington National Cemetery thing?
Really, to me, it keeps on coming down to, I'm not sure the Democrats want to take this route. Because even if he broke the rules and, undeniably broke the rules and all that, it still only matters to complain about it if people give a shit. And they're kind of getting themselves into a position here where they're going to have to go up there and say the Gold Star mothers are wrong. And that's a difficult way to take. Like bringing John McCain's son into this, that kind of shows where their mindset is. John McCain, famously, he filmed an ad at Arlington. And then the Democrats complained and he took it down, right? We cared about norms. Norms were a thing back then. We gave a shit. But they've spent the last 8 years calling this guy a Nazi, which doesn't help. And then they've got, Biden went up on stage with the red backlighting and Marines flanking him and then said, Trump supporters are extremists and, the whole Cobra Commander speech thing. I don't know how much people care about norms at this point. There's also the actual act, like, if he had shown up on site with a loudspeaker truck and started ranting about how Comrade Kamala disrespected all the dead, I think people would be kind of pissed off. But he attended a private ceremony. It was quiet. And so now all the outrage has to center around him giving a thumbs up in a selfie when the parents of the dead soldiers are also giving a thumbs up. See, it keeps coming back to the Gold Star parents are wrong, actually. And I'm just like,
well, I don't think it has anything to do with like the Gold Star families are wrong. So like on what you're talking about, like should we care about norms? I think that's probably one of the biggest things for me, like for me to be anti-Trump at this point is we have norms for a reason. Right, because it leads for us to have a more stable government, a more stable way of interacting with people that disagree with us. Right, we have these things. This is just how we do things, so that we don't devolve into chaos. And that's something that we've held on to for the most part for the past 250 about years. But increasingly, ever since 2015, norms have just been. Or actually a little bit before that, because there were some things that the Republican Party was doing with like the Supreme Court, changing norms and then changing them back when it suited them. That like it's just, I think that these things are singularly one of the most damaging things to our country, just like full stop. Right. So like on the norms thing, like I just wholeheartedly disagree that like, do we care about norms? Do we? I don't know. I think that for the most part, people probably do. On the left and then on the right, I think that actually, you know what? I want to change what I'm saying there. I don't think that anybody gives a fuck about norms. I think that people just want what their side has to offer, and they want it to be done right now, and they don't care how they get it done. But that's a bad thing, right? On both sides. When it comes,
I agree. It's and then there's big norms like maybe don't suggest that we should abolish the Senate or pack the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. Yeah,
but there is of course norms that like the small little etiquette norms in D.C., in Washington, and diplomacy and politics, and of course. Trump being the bull in the china shop, he's not really acquainted with any of those to begin with, and he plows right over them. And then you had a whole bunch of people screaming that his ignorance of those things was a big deal rather than small deal or a middling deal. And this kind of reminds me of all those complaints. Like for instance, when he was president-elect, he took a phone call from Taiwan's president, right? Now, everyone on the left is screeching that Trump was going to abandon Taiwan and, abandon our allies and let them all rot in hell. And then he takes a call from the president of Taiwan, which will show his support. But then they started screaming at him for, being a little, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that until you're signed in or something. It's a faux pas. It'll make the Chinese angry. And it's like, the outrage levels. That's what gets me. The outrage levels never adjusted.
Was this before he was like the president? He was like.
I do believe that was before he was sworn in. He was president-elect at the time, and that's what they were getting upset about. He was only allowed to take that call like after. I don't remember all the details of that, but it was a fairly minor thing, But the levels of outrage never seem to adjust for the level of etiquette that he violates. Well, and that's kind of what gets me. This might be a thin branch to be hanging this much outrage on when it comes to the Arlington thing.
I think that it feels that way now, but like, man, when the dude is breaking norms on a regular basis, right? When he is like doing stuff the wrong way, or doing things in an immoral way, or doing whatever right, on such a regular basis that it gives us so much ammunition. Like back in the day, I think I would have agreed with you. Like, we should only hit them on the things that are really big, because if we hit them on every small thing, then it kind of makes us look like we're just like freaking out over nothing, because it's just it's small thing after small thing after small thing. But then, like, where I'm at now, it's like, man, how much are we supposed to be willing to accept? How much are we supposed to be willing to accept of breaking of norms? How much are we supposed to accept of like this just shitty behavior coming out of this one guy, when all of the shitty behavior seems to be not necessarily in the best interest of the nation, but what is in the best interest of Trump, right? So like with the in regards to the ANC thing, I don't think that anybody has a problem with him going to Arlington National Cemetery, getting pictures taken at the wreath-laying ceremony. And I mean, like, I have the actual statute up, right? And it says that, like, you know, if it's a official ceremony, this doesn't apply, right? Anything that's a private memorial service or ceremony, that can't be made into any kind of partisan thing. You can't bring your staff along, et cetera, right? But if this is an official thing, you can, right? The fact that they were in contact with if this was just like a miscommunication between the Trump camp and the ANC, and they like weren't either clear or they didn't specify what Trump was or was not allowed to do, I think you could give him some grace and say, you know what, like, this guy's a little bit, we all know he's a little bit, so we're going to, like, you know, he broke a little bit of a rule here, but, you know, like, there's bigger fish to fry. But they explicitly, like, were in contact with them. They were told, like, hey, yes, for the wreath-laying ceremony, you're 100% entitled to, like, have pictures taken, have video taken, et cetera there. But once you leave that area and go into Section 60 with the families, like, this is now a private event, and you can't bring your campaign staff. Add into that, like, the narrative, or even the, you know, kind of... what's the word I'm looking for? Not the niche, but the stereotype that Trump kind of plays out in his business life, where he's kind of a gangster, right? He's kind of a gangster. He rolls up, he breaks the rules, knowingly breaking the rules, and then there's like a physical altercation at the Arlington National Cemetery because they're going there to shoot a political ad, right? Like, you can say, like, the Gold Star families are wrong or right. Like, I don't think that that's exactly where I would go with it, right? But I don't think that that's where any of the Democrats have gone. I think that this falls squarely on Trump for, like, knowingly breaking the rules around this specific thing. Instead of, you know, if he actually gave a single iota of about what happened over in Afghanistan, then he probably would have just gone and paid his respects, and like he could have used that as his line of attack. But no, he had to like go there and go the extra mile to explicitly break the rules. Right?
See, you put your finger on the problem here for Democrats. It's framing. One framing is that he's a norm violator, he's a rules breaker, but that's, like you said, that's his brand. So most of his supporters are already following him for that. And you got to ask, is that really going to move the needle with independents? Probably not. But on the other hand, it probably isn't going to hurt, right? But then they decided to make this framing about who respects the troops more. And so every news article, and even Kamala in her own damn tweet from her own campaign account, that's what really gets me. They put the campaign's fingerprints on this directly. They start calling them out for all the alleged, oh, he said the troops are suckers and idiots or something, which is complete hearsay from a guy that he fired. So no one's really given that much. I think you're this former chief of staff, John Kelly.
1 second. I'm looking at the Arlington tweet. Let me find the exact one just so that I have it, because I remember reading it when you linked it. Okay, so what were you saying about it?
It's Kamala didn't just say, you know, oh, he broke rules or whatever. She went straight into saying, you know, he disrespected, you know, the troops, basically. Went right for that, and I do believe, I can't remember, but I do believe she referenced the claims of John Kelly, like he called the troops suckers or liars or something.
Yeah, I see it right here.
Okay, and so it's like By using that framing, they have directly invited this as a showdown over who respects the troops more. And given that those 13 families aren't very happy with the administration that they clearly blame for the death of their children because of that, of the Afghanistan pullout, I don't know that that was a great, a move, because now he's got endless, more than enough footage of very angry mothers and fathers blaming the current administration directly, which Kamala's a part of. It's like, was that the best move?
So here's my question. So like, first off, like they are putting it into a framing about who respects the troops more. Even if you don't want to believe all the things that all these people around him have said, which like at a certain point, I have to wonder why we would doubt when there's so many people that like couldn't stand working with this anymore, that they quit, or that like if they didn't do exactly what he said, he would fire them. Like at a certain point, like some of these things have to be true, but like I don't think that when it comes to the Gold Star families that their opinion is like totally invalid, right? Like I understand, like if they hate Biden and by extension Kamala for the Afghanistan pullout, like I'm not gonna blame them. I'm not gonna be mad at them for being a Trump supporter at that, because like their kid died, and I understand why someone might blame the person who was the chief executive of the military for their deaths, right? But I don't know why them like coming forward changes anything, because like right before I started the stream, I listened to the 7 families that did put out statements. I don't know if all 15 families are on the same boat. It sounds like these 7 families are the main ones, and like and I wasn't able to find anything on the other 6 families whether they support or don't support Trump on this. Do you know anything about that?
No, I think some of the family just want privacy, which is probably why we don't know this in the first place, which is fine.
But like at that, right? Like, so if some of the families want privacy, do the like 6 or 7 families that go and take photos in front of the grave sites that these like is this not disrespectful to those families that either explicitly didn't want to be a part of this, or were like just want privacy? Like there's another Gold Star family whose parents, like their son's gravesite is like right behind, clearly visible in the picture, right? And they're like, this is my son's gravesite, and this is being used in a political attack ad. And I'm not going to say who I do or don't support in the election, but this is something that I don't think is very respectful to my dead son. So
as far as I know, they were actually at the ceremony. It's if they didn't opt to send in a video reply. They're gonna keep their heads low and don't want to get into it. But 8 out of the 13, I think it was.
It was 7.
It was 7?
13. Yeah.
Out of the actually showed up, and I know they had at least one of the 2 men that were wounded. One lost his leg. He was there at the ceremony too. And yeah, you're right. This is nothing new with Gold Star family. The DNC had a Gold Star father at the 2016 DNC, and then of course we remember Cindy Sheehan, and she was great. I remember the Kerry. That's it. Kerry's campaign. If I recall correctly, they had the wisdom to keep their hands off and pretty much let her in the media bounce that ball back and forth and not get into it directly, which is a smart move. But yeah, it's nothing new, but this is a pretty unusual situation because it's the pullout from Afghanistan, the end of 20 years of war. It was a big deal. And it ended with an absolute catastrophe that humiliated the nation. And not just the young soldiers that were killed, but also the children that were killed in that botched airstrike. They were trying to respond.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit last stream. Like when it comes to this, like I think that I don't think that you can squarely put the blame 100% on Biden, but like you also like I think it would be insane to say that the pullout went like smoothly and all of that stuff. Like there were obviously mistakes made, but the big problem with the pullout from Afghanistan was that there was a timeline that was set before Biden got into office, and then when he got into office, he had like essentially 3 months to try and organize this, and he had to push it back, which already put the pullout in danger of having a troop surge, which would extend the time that we were in there, right? So like the Biden administration was in between a rock and a hard place when it came to like the execution of this pullout, and the negotiations were done under the Trump administration, and they knew that they had the next person because there's like I can't remember, I said this yesterday, I can't remember if it was an audio thing or if it was something that was sworn under oath to have been said, but Trump said, someone asked him about, like what should we do about, the Afghanistan situation in January of 2021. And he was like, just leave it for the next guy. Like just leave it for the next guy. He can deal with it. And so like both people have blame on this thing. If the Gold Star families want to blame Biden, that's fine. Right. But again, at the end of the day, my big problem with this is that the Trump team, number one, like this was a desperation move, given everything that's been going on with Kamala having the honeymoon phase and, the Trump team not being able to really adequately push back against it. And then JD Vance, and they needed some good press, right? And so they get in contact with these Gold Star families, and they're like, hey, it would be a really good line of attack. We should go after them on the Afghanistan pullout. It would be really good if we were able to like get with these Gold Star families. Oh, you know what? It'd be really good if we went to like Arlington National Cemetery in front of the dead soldiers themselves and like really punched that through harder, right? And like I understand your point about like the optics of like the Democrats pushing back on it, but again, like if Trump is going to do something, in my opinion, super abhorrent, and then like do nanny boo boo at the Democrats when they say, hey, you're doing something abhorrent. It's like literally every news story that's happened in the past like 3 years.
Well, I mean, look at it from his perspective. You've only spent the last 8-10 years calling him a Nazi. You've got multiple investigations into him. Pretty much the most trumped up shit you can imagine. Most of it based on a 40-year-old, 50-year-old porn star claiming that you paid her for sex. As if a man with that much money has to stoop to that kind of escort.
Really quick.
Whoa.
The indictments, when it comes to calling him a Nazi, okay, the Republicans have been calling every Democrat a communist for as long as I've been alive, okay? And like, and then on to the second thing, when we're talking about the idea
didn't Kamala just propose price controls?
Kind of, but
then again,
really.
That's Kamala. I can't really blame the guys too much for Kamala because I don't think anyone's really impressed with her as a candidate. And the fact that they walked themselves into this corner, well, but I'm sure we've all got opinions on that. But I mean, yeah, it's not the greatest place to be in the beginning, but.
But like, shit, I kind of lost my train of thought. What was the second thing that you said? You said calling him a Nazi. Oh, and then the trumped up charges. Like, again,
yeah, they're literally trying to put him in jail. They're trying to, and someone just tried to kill him. And the reply of like half the Democratic Party was a very mumbled, oh, gee, too bad he didn't get away with it. I wouldn't be very happy. I wouldn't really care that much about norms at this point either. I would campaign as best I could and tell him to pound sand. I think a big problem here is that we're not really the same nation anymore. And yeah, people say that, but I don't think they really comprehend just how bad it is. We're more like two different countries that are waging fifth-generation warfare on each other, right? The shooting hasn't really started yet, except it kind of has. And we're in that, that positioning phase before things really kick off. We hate each other, and we hate our neighbors, which is what blows my mind.
And we do need to turn that temperature down. But who do you think is the one that which party do you think is the one that is cranking the temperature up over the past 8 years? Is it the one that is like saying that this country is a shithole because of the other side, and that they're allowing as many brown people to flood into the country as possible to rape, murder, and steal shit from good, hardworking Americans, and that the other side are full of communists and actual fascists and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Like, as much as you want to like say that the Democrats are the ones that are causing division, like I can definitely agree, like especially
There was a
online, 'cause-
president that stood on a stage with the Cobra Commander theming with a Marine flanking him on either side and called me and everybody I know an extremist.
Okay, so first
That
off,
probably didn't help.
it probably didn't help, but also like if you saw the wide shot, it was red, white, and blue. Okay, like did you know that?
I watched the broadcast live, and the red was dead center, and that's what kind of caught my attention, along with the Marines, and of course, the
like
content of the speech.
It did make for a very imposing shot. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of imperial vibes, but like,
yeah, a
it
bit
was,
miscalibrated there.
yeah, but like it was red, white, and blue behind him. That was the intention behind it. When he was talking, he was trying to, despite what like how it might have come off. Like you can read the words that he spoke, and he's saying like Republicans and Democrats need to come together, right? There are good Republicans. There are these people. I have worked with them for 40 years, right? This makes up the majority of the Republican Party, and that's what he said, that the good Republicans make up the majority of the Republican Party. But there are some people who are like the extremes, and even if you don't like this statement, he wasn't trying to say like all Republicans are extremists and they're evil and blah 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 blah. It was a call for unity, even if maybe in your opinion it was mishandled or something like that. But the actions show throughout the entire administration, right? Like they
Then you have to ask again, if he's so evil, why does he still have the support of the GOP base? Like the actual people, the voters, do in fact support him. Overwhelmingly so, as we saw in the primaries.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. And if you keep on ignoring, it's not just about Trump, it's why people are voting for Trump. And if we ignore that, we're never... Man. Is it? 'Cause people are mostly upset about their economy. They're scared. They don't think they've got a future. Millennials can't buy houses. Make America great again, right? They're not in good position, especially in the Midwest. And I will sometimes bump into people on Twitter and they'll have debate. Well, no, the economy is great, actually. It's like, great, come up to the Midwest and tell us that, because that's not the reality we are living. And
so
there's Kamala and her price controls, right? It's like, Kamala, is that really going to solve the problem here? We're going straight back to Rutgers and Kulaks are the ones responsible for the high grocery prices. Like we didn't have massive inflation from the quantitative easing.
Are you saying that they're communist when you were just complaining about being called like Nazis?
Like I don't even care if you call them communists or not. I'm more like, but it was just like Kamala's wants to nail the price hikes for groceries on what would you call it? Chiseling unfair practices by the groceries or whatnot.
Scalping.
Yeah, scalp is like we didn't just have like 6 rounds of quantitative easing where they were printing money during the pandemic. I mean, it's not hard to figure out where the inflation came from. Well, it was a disaster, right?
Well,
I don't think anybody could have avoided that much, but
because the economic studies that have come out of this is like the overwhelming majority. Like, yeah, no one's going to argue that the amount of money that's been printed, the quantitative easing that's happened, hasn't contributed in some way to the inflation rate that got so high in 2020. What was the peak of it? Mid 2021 to 2022, and then it started cutting off towards the end of 2023. But like the people, I'm sure that you've heard about like supply chain issues and stuff like that, right? Like that did account for like the overwhelming majority of the inflationary pressures. And the reason that we can, like, even if you don't know much about econ and you don't know how to read the studies, like you can look at other countries and their inflation rates that all spiked at the same time, right? Like we weren't the only country that was having this massive spike in inflation. I mean, it was every single major country in the entire world. And it was because of these massive supply chain issues where we weren't quite making up to the supply to the demand that was being made now that everybody was able to go around and, actually spend their money and go around and do shit, So,
and that's what gets me. Like, Kamala should have been out there saying, or hell, before she was even the candidate, for this whole administration, she should have been first, front and center saying, listen, these are supply chain issues. This is all the things we've been doing to fix it. And that's especially attractive because executive action can do a lot, like with defense industrial production or stuff. But then she goes up and her stump speech is now, well, those greedy corporations stole your money, so we will make them not do that. It's like,
I mean, sure, she has a two-prong. She does have a two-prong kind of thing. One is appealing to the more hyper-lib base, which is the companies, and the other half of it, and you see this at every single one of their campaign stops, is look at the Inflation Reduction Act, look at the Build Back Better plan, look at this thing that we got through Congress, You're right about the executive action. There's a lot that you can do with executive action. But one of the things that Biden explicitly said when he was running was we need to stop ruling through executive action. We need to work together as a country. We need to have the Republicans come to the table, and we need to have the Democrats come to the table, and we need to hammer out actual legislation that's passed into law so that it's actually, a statute that we can look at and we can see where the money is coming from, because Congress has the power of the purse, and I'm not going to be a dictator. And you can see that has been the philosophy that's carried through the entirety of Biden's record or his presidency. Every single one of these things had to get some amount of bipartisan support, and they all got passed. And they were all massive spending bills, yes, but these weren't the causes of inflation, and a lot of it was things that helped tackle inflation. As we can see right now, we are in one of the best places in the world in terms of the post-COVID inflation.
I mean, yeah, we started out with one of the most powerful economies in the world to begin with, so.
I know, but
I mean, do you feel like the temperature has come down, or that there's been a bipartisan renaissance? Because
I think that
we draw about it a lot, but from what I've seen, I don't think either side wants to come to the table, to be honest with you. And I don't think that's going to change.
That's why they're sucking off all these centrist Republicans, right? That's why Kamala said that she's going to have a Republican in her cabinet. They're trying to make all of these. They're like, hey guys, please listen. We want to be bipartisan. Please, they're throwing the rope. They're throwing the rope to all of the constituents. We want you guys to be a part of this. We want to work together. And then the Republicans are slapping the noose away. They're slapping the life raft away, and they're saying, "You," as they sink deeper and deeper into the ocean. The Democrats are making, I think. I think it's a good faith effort. Even if you don't think it's a good faith effort, at least it's an effort of something that, even if it's Machiavellian, at least it's Machiavellian in a way that even if it's benefiting them, it's also benefiting everyone, because we should be working together. We should have this bipartisan nature to our government, because that's how it was set up. Right? That's why everything goes so slow through Congress and then the Senate and then the executive. It's meant to be slow change over time, right? That's incremental. And we can't do anything if there's, no one coming to the table.
You really think we're going to find a common accord on issues like immigration?
Well, the Democrats have already capitulated a ton about immigration. Yeah, they're instead of saying once we get into office, we're going to draft a new immigration bill that's going to be way more along with our ideological lines. There was a bill that I'm sure that you saw something about this, right? There was that bill that Lankford wrote in the Senate, and it was about to get passed, and then Donald Trump said, "Hold on, we need this. We need the border as a campaign issue." And then all the Republicans immediately said, yeah, we're not going to support this anymore. Even though it was a bill drafted by a Republican, it didn't give them literally every single thing that they wanted, but it was overwhelmingly in favor of what the Republicans wanted on immigration.
Isn't that the one that would grandfather in, asylum exemptions for something like 30 years?
I am not sure about that point. I know that it like severely restricted the ability for people to apply for asylum and highly expedited asylum claims down from, I think, like the average of being like somewhere between like 4 to 10 years down to like it has to be done inside of 6 months. So like, I mean, I don't know about like grandfathering in, because that's like in all the debates that I've had about um, that bill, that's never come up. So that could be in there, but I haven't heard about that specific thing. But like,
It'd be nice. It would be nice that there were moderate Democrats that can join with moderate Republicans and get something pushed through. But
well, that's what happened is the thing. Like it was a Republican, like, again, this was a Republican bill. It even allocated more funding to complete sections of the wall that they had already started, and then the Democrats were able to pull funding from. Like it was like it was heavily capitulating to the conservatives on the immigration issue, and like now, and the only reason that didn't get passed, admittedly by Trump, like he said it with his own word, like his own mouth, with his own words on multiple interviews at this point, that he was the one that called them up and said, "Do not pass this. It's a gift to the Democrats," right? So like this overwhelmingly conservative bill, like the Democrats have adopted that as their immigration platform, which is wild. And it shows that they're trying to reach out to the middle, and they're trying to reach out to conservatives. They're like, listen, I understand you don't agree with us on everything, but we'll do some give and take here. Take some of the border issue, all right? We don't want the whole wall, all right? We think that's kind of stupid, but like, sure, the border's an issue. We'll fucking cop to that. We had too soft of a stance on it for the longest time, and now we're gonna take a harder stance on it because that's what the American people want. And isn't that the way that a party should act? Like once the constituents change their mind, they change their policies.
Well, I hope you're right, and even more than that, I really hope that the moderates maintain control of the actual leadership of the party.
Yeah,
and not just get pushed to the sides.
The crazy progressives are getting ass blasted in their primaries right now. So
that's good because, well, like I said, it's really the temperature of the population right now.
Yeah. On that note, because I'm not sure if we're going to like get too far into the Arlington National Cemetery thing, because like if the biggest issue is just like the optics of it, like I'm not gonna argue with you. Like for some people, the optics of arguing with Trump over that when there's Gold Star families on his side isn't going to look good. So,
oh yeah, because I mean, hell, let's say for sake of example, he did break the rule. What's the consequences of it? And that's what we've just been discussing is really the larger state of how campaigns are run anymore, how we view candidates, who cares about norms and to what ends. And like you said, we certainly care about norms, the big ones, but also the small ones, the little etiquette norms of diplomacy and Washington decorum. But the population at this point, they got bigger concerns. Yeah, and so that's pretty much what they seem to be judging on.
Population to care about those things too is the thing. Like we can't have a population that's in favor of like, rule breaking and like authoritarianism. Just because the people want authoritarianism doesn't mean we should give it to them. You know. Not like specifically saying like one party or the other is authoritarian. I'm just like using that as an example. Like if the people want one thing that is a bad thing, that doesn't mean that we should like necessarily say, well, the people want 1 out of every 3 people to like be killed at gunpoint, so therefore we're gonna vote for that. Like,
well, that's the problem with the democracy. If the people want it, they usually end up getting it. We do have to ask why people might start wanting those things,
right?
We really want because what a republic does, it doesn't give the elite rulers the right to keep the lower classes down and they get stupid. That's more like the House of Lords and the House of Commons, which incidentally, I've heard some Brits say that they wish there was still a hereditary requirement for the House of Lords for that exact reason. So I'm not saying it's a completely illegitimate model, but with the republic, you've got interest balancing.
Yeah, like a full-on democracy might give like way too much power to like your average like 70 IQ loser who dropped out of high school and like sells crack on the corner. like that demographic might get more power than they might necessarily deserve, and in a republic, the opposite might be the case. But like, I think that there's like a balancing act there that the republic probably gives you a little bit of protection from the like wildest, like momentary lapses of judgment of the public. Whereas like a direct democracy probably doesn't,
Exactly, and that's exactly how it was set up. It's a very lock-in government that we have in the U.S., where it's designed to do interest balancing between majority and minority. So the minority still has, a decent way to protect themselves from whatever the majority wants to do to them. And you've also got insulation, like you said, gradual change. But of course, sometimes you do get in emergencies and you do need quick change.
Of course.
And the prior interest balancing setup of checks and balances can slow that down, because even a tiny minority of assholes can put the brakes on. And that's why I think it was Federalist number 20. I'd have to look it up again, but it's James Madison talking about energy in the executive. Our executive officer, the president, is supposed to be able to kick ass, take names, and move fast. He does require a significant amount of buy-in from Congress, but not as much as Congress would need alone. Massive consensus. He can get, 3/4 consensus is enough. Sometimes just majority vote to use some of his powers.
Yeah.
And the obvious use case here is a war, right?
Of course.
But there's others, like, major economic problems, Great Depression, and we saw that. We saw all that in action. So it's not a badly set up system.
No, I love our system. Don't get me wrong. Like, especially over the past couple, like, I think the last time that we talked, I was like a hardcore socialist, and now I'm a liberty-loving, like America-loving, NATO backing, hardcore liberal. So like I've learned a lot about our system in the past 2-3 years, and I really respect my country, and the more that I respect my country, the more I just like get mind when talking about Trump, because like it feels like half of the people that support him hate our country. But when it comes to like the impulses of the masses and all of that, I think that the temperature in the United States is at not an all-time high, because I mean we're not literally like in a hot war like in the Civil War, but we have some historic high levels of temperature right now, and I think that I think that from 21 to 22, and there could be multiple reasons for this. Maybe whether it was like Trump supporters kind of being demoralized after the 2020 election, or like whatever the case was. Like those 2 years, it was like significantly calmer than the last 2 years during the election cycle, right? And I think that I think that in order for us to like get past this high temperature, crazy area that we're in, I think Trump needs to lose. And it's not just because I hate Trump, and it's not just because I don't like his policies. I think that like the cult of personality around him is so unbelievably strong that there's have you ever heard of a guy named Short Fat Otaku?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy of mine. He retweeted some guy who was talking about the MAGA movement, and described it as less of a political movement at this point, because in 2015, 2016, yeah, it was a political movement. But I think over the years, it's formed into and kind of consolidated into almost like a civic religion, right? Like, because there is no questioning of Donald Trump to so many Trump supporters without it being Trump derangement syndrome, right? There are no criticisms of Donald Trump because it's just Trump derangement syndrome. If Trump does something bad, if he's like indicted for something, like it's just people going after him. There's like an orthodoxy, there is a clergy, so to say. There are like rites of passages to this thing, and like the parallels are like kind of weird, and I'm kind of sold on it. I could be moved off of that thing, but like I think in order for us to like bring the temperature down, right? The cult of personality shit has to go away, right? Because the Democrats, they don't have that cult of personality. If Joe Biden had a cult of personality around him, he wouldn't have had to step down, right? He wouldn't have been pressured by his party to step down. We have more allegiance to, even if you want to say it's to the party, but like I think we have less allegiance to a singular person than we do to ideas. Whereas the Republican Party right now, as it stands, unfortunately, they're very much in the like cult of personality. They have so much allegiance to this one guy. Like, we'll make excuses for him breaking norms, and we'll make excuses for him breaking laws, and like anything that bad happens to him is just like other people being mean to him. And I just
unfortunately, the loss he needed to suffer to make that happen, unfortunately, that would have been in the primaries to DeSantis. I wanted DeSantis. Didn't want to vote for Trump again.
Yeah.
And I will defend him, all day long, but that doesn't mean I can't bitch and moan about him too. Man, I was not happy with him. Like, pardoning Kwame Kilpatrick. That's just one of those many small instances that stands out that says to me the guy doesn't always have his head in the right place. I mean, he's vain, he's too narcissistic, and to some point, successful men do need to be a bit arrogant and narcissistic, or they would never take that leap in the first place. But then you look at Elon Musk trying to reinvent the entire assembly line with Tesla Motors, and turns out the big three were not, turns out the big three weren't just full of shit and in a protected industry. Yeah, they actually had a point there. But with Trump, the big reason that he's being mythologized so much, and you're right, this usually doesn't happen on the right. That's more of a Rousseauian thing, the great statesman. But the Republican Party and the Republican base are two very different creatures. Trump is pretty much the only politician on the Republican side that's actually spoken to the concerns of the voters in, I want to say 20 years. And that's the bitch of it.
I'm not sure if I agree. I think that Trump and his base represent each other. I think that the concerns of his base come from him. Because a lot of these concerns, I just don't think that people would actually care about them if the base, it's like this horrible, disgusting Ouroboros that I've described before. Because I don't think that Trump is just like this evil guy and he just like comes out, he's like, I hate trans people, and he comes out, he's like, I hate black people, and whatever. I think that there's like a feedback loop thing where people in the MAGA movement will say some crazy shit online, and if it gets some traction, Trump will say it, and then it will get more traction, and then he'll get positive reinforcement, and he'll give his followers positive reinforcement for believing that, and then that becomes the new policy.
So that windsock approach, that can turn you into a Tucker Carlson, where you make money off grifting by speaking to whatever people are talking about at the moment and having no morals. Like, look at Tucker and Ukraine coverage, for instance.
I see Trump and Tucker is like
it can't make you. I don't think it can make you this kind of guy. I majored in political science in high or college, and
that's what I'm majoring in right now.
No shit.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I've studied this a bit, and I don't think that would be enough to actually make people vote for him. He certainly has charisma, obviously. That's what he is, a salesman. But enough to become president with his track record and his checkered past. I mean, he is not what you look at and say, yeah, that guy sounds presidential.
In 2016, he was running against Hillary Clinton, okay? He was running with the world's easiest handicap, the most bitchy, like unlikable person of all time, and then he came in as the funny big memer who is calling people gay and fat, and people liked that. I actually am not super surprised that he won in 2016, and I am also not surprised that he lost in 2020, because like he didn't have that same energy, right? He didn't have that same handicap that he had with Clinton, right? And that's why we see him like especially floundering now as he's getting a little bit older, and as his talking points get a little bit weaker, and as it gets a little bit more apparent that like his opinions are with the wind, right? Like, he doesn't have any like strong attacks against Kamala, right? Because he's just not the same guy as he was in 2016. At least that's the read that I have.
I will say this much. Immigration has been a serious concern, especially in the Midwest, for long before Trump ever showed up. And
of course,
there was a growing rage with their own party would do nothing about it. Because, well, to be blunt, the GOP, they enjoyed the cheap labor too.
And they probably
a lot of the
like
criticism
the
leveled
issue.
against them, by the left wing were true. A bunch of businessmen, they were happy to import scabs from Mexico. And we still have that problem. Even post-Trump, basically a lot of GOP, leadership pivoted to his flag, essentially, but they're not really his supporters. They did the fact that they ran the most hated man in Congress, Tim Cruz, I think, whatever the name, the cruise missile.
Yeah,
Ted
I
Cruz.
hate that guy.
Yeah, everybody in Congress does too, because he's a grandstanding asswipe. The fact that they actually backed him against Trump in the first primary tells you how very little love the GOP has for Trump, and so that's the problem.
I think
DeSantis is a great guy, but he doesn't have the charisma.
Up to 2019 or like the midterms of like 2018, I think that you would be right. Like post that point, no, Trump is the Republican Party right now.
I can tell you that the base at least sees him as the only person that really represents their interests. Anybody else that's been in,
because what interest has he done for them? That's this is my big issue with this talking point. Who is he representing? Is he helping farmers? No, because under his watch, farming actually dropped down, and under COVID it got kind of under Biden, the farmers union has been super happy with him, with the support he's given the Farmers Union of America, I think it is. When it comes to auto workers, we lost more manufacturing under Trump than we gained. Under Biden, we've gained way more manufacturing than Trump could have ever claimed to. All of these things that they want to lay claim to, the Biden administration is actually delivered on, with the sole exception of reducing taxes, because the Trump tax thing hasn't run out yet. Right, they have to craft a new bill, but outside of that, when it comes to increasing manufacturing jobs and shit like that, when it comes to supporting union workers, Biden's administration is all historic for how strong they are on defending unions. When it comes to antitrust on these big tech corporations, the Biden administration is just I don't know if. I think there's an indictment against Google right now, and I think that they are in the process of going through a court case with Apple, and they're starting to look at Nvidia right now. They're going after monopolies when conservatives talk about going after big tech all the time. And what did Trump do when he was in office? Literally nothing.
Those are the judges prosecuting a lot of that are the ones he appointed. He appointed a shit ton of federal judges, and that is having knock-on effects now, not just SCOTUS, but throughout the entire system.
Yeah.
I don't actually know why Obama left so many damn seats empty.
It was a huge mistake on the Democrats' part. Wait, hold on. No, was that part of the same thing that the Republicans were just not allowing any appointments to go through before the end of his administration? The same with Merrick Garland, when they denied him any hearings for Supreme Court.
It was something like 8 years of not many judges being appointed. That kind of backlog doesn't show up after just two. After Congress changes hands.
I was a child at that time, so
right. So I don't recall either. But I will say this: I could easily sit here and read off all the boilerplate for the Republican Party regarding accomplishments, and it usually takes this format. Everything good happening under that guy's administration just happened. It was just the delayed effects of what we did, and anything bad that happened, that was because of the last guy that things up for us, right? And that's the way it usually goes. But that would just amount to nuh-uh. The bigger problem is just because something's true, you still have to convince the people of it.
That's true. If we're just talking about the rhetoric behind it, Democrats have they're at a massive electoral college disadvantage just with the way that the system is set up. They're at a PR disadvantage because the media will still hold Democratic politicians, and they'll still shit on the Biden administration for doing bad stuff, and they'll give them harder questions than you'd think that they would. Meanwhile, like when it comes to Trump, like the Fox News is in all these other like outlets that will have him on. Like they're just like sitting there sucking him off the entire time, and he doesn't have to answer any questions. For example, like my favorite example of like Trump policy speak is like, what would you do to end the Ukraine war? Well, I would make. I'm sorry, I can't do a good Trump. For some reason, I always turn into Reagan. But when he just says like, I would make one phone call, and it would be over. And it's like, really? This is the answer that we're gonna just like sit there and accept? Like he's just like such a strong man. He can dial 10 numbers on a phone pad and then call up Putin and say stop, and he will. And this is what we're going to trust, and not like the kind of like very like open planning that the Democrats do, or at least like idea like spaghetti throwing at the wall of what we can do. Like I just feel like the Democrats, when it comes to PR, are at a massive disadvantage, and they're at a disadvantage on the electoral stage, and they're still somehow eking out wins. And I don't think it's because they're cheating. I don't think it's because they're like super divisive. I think it's because they're able to still maintain those norms. They're able to still like get their message out there without being too divisive, even if you think they are a little bit. And they're able to, like navigate hostile interviews with people in a way that they're able to still get their message out without getting shit on by both the left and the right. It's just like a hard thing for the Democrats, but the Republicans are on easy mode all the time with it. Sorry, I'm ranting a little bit, but
no, I get it. But it's like, you're right about the PR thing. Like, how many interviews has Kamala done where she actually explained her policies? Did they have policies up on the website now? It's only been a couple weeks now.
They did not, but I think that they're running off of the Democratic national platform that was released at the DNC. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much all we've heard from Kamala is, Rutgers and kulaks are the ones responsible for high grocery prices. We are going to have, we're going to tax the rich. Like, okay, yeah, Democrats have been saying that for 60, 70 years.
25% capital gains tax. Like, it's stupid, but like also it's so stupid I don't even think that like the moderate Dems will like get it through the lower house. I'm not super concerned about that.
Yeah, and that's why I'm sitting here thinking I can only figure that putting Kamala in was a cop to Biden to get him to step aside or step down, because whom's the wanted her as the front runner?
Well, it was the only option. I was on the train of like we shouldn't be pressuring Biden to drop out, but like even then at that time I was like, man, because like the only other person that would be like the acceptable like replacement would be Kamala. She's the vice president. How bad would it look for the Democrats to pull Biden and then skip over the vice president and then run a completely new person, and like all things considered, like it was a really good. I've never been so happy to be wrong before, right? But it was just like the unknowns around it that I was super concerned about. Like no one's ever done this before, and we don't know what's going to happen if we do decide to switch our candidate before the convention. So, but I mean, like at the end of the day, it seems like it's working out for him pretty good.
I hope so. And don't forget, Trump has the entire media against him, which does count for something. The Republican ecosystem for media is now larger than it was back in like the Bush era. Like it's not just Drudge and Rush Limbaugh and one cable network anymore. There's more options out there, but they are still not quite as big as the opposition. I mean, the establishment media still has a big advantage.
The Fox News is the biggest news corporation in the world. And it has
Are they doing that well?
Yeah, they've been that way for a very long time. They're the biggest news corporation in the entire world. Yeah.
Like Fox, what about Fox Network? Like their actual media, right?
Like
quote unquote news.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about like
not people running sitcoms and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm talking
news.
about Fox News is the largest news corporation in the entire world, I believe.
it might be possible because a lot of the establishment media has just been losing their shirts over the years. The circulation's gone down. I double majored in journalism, so I know a bit about that too.
Yeah.
And
like it's Fox News. Tucker Carlson was the most watched man on TV until he got shit canned for, getting Fox News giga sued by Dominion Voting Systems, where he admitted that he was lying. He was the most watched man on TV, and now he's sucking Putin's cock. So
yeah, it's pretty rough.
it's real rough out there. Like after 2020, like I was about to say that they took a major credibility hit, but I don't know if Fox News would ever see any kind of reduction in their viewership or their credibility in the eyes of their viewers, because like they're still pushing the Trump line, and as long as they do that, then they're going to stay on top.
Well, we're squarely in the post-truth era. One thing I learned in my journalism classes was that the entire idea of objective news was a fairly short-lived phenomena. From after the Civil War, late after the Civil War, maybe through to the 1950s, 1960s. And that was about it. Before that, and now, of course,
the First World War, right? Not the Civil War.
Actually, yeah, you're right. It probably only really got started around the First World War.
Yeah, because they had such massive what do you call it? Such massive censorship right after like during World War One, and there were some reforms that happened where it's like, okay, you have to be unbiased. I can't remember exactly what it's called. It's something Communications Act.
People really got fed up with the yellow journalism after the American-Spanish War too.
Yeah.
But before then, it was pretty much understood that freedom of the press is guaranteed only to those who own one. Well, turns out a hell of a lot of people owned presses. There was actually twice as many abolitionist newspapers in the South as there was in the North, because that was an issue for Southerners. They actually lived with it. For Northerners, it was like, screw it. And people would take sides, and they would publish scandal rags, and it was not news so much as just opinion. But at least everybody had the ability to voice their opinion.
Right. But like, here's the thing. Do you think that Republicans aren't able to voice their opinion? Or is that just like the perception that they have? Or is that what the point that you're making? Sorry, maybe I'm missing your point. Are you saying that like Republicans just don't feel like they can like express their opinions, or?
Yeah, it was basically for expressing opinions, and the only balance to the entire system came because you could read everyone's opinion, and they would flat out slander each other sometimes, without regard. But people were aware of that; they knew it. Now we're coming into an opinion factory from the lingering impression that journalism is supposed to always be very truthful, fingers crossed. And those guys started lying all the time, but our guy won't. And now we've got and again, of course, the internet's really exacerbated this, because back in the day, you argued about politics at the pub. Yeah. And people were handing out their newspapers or selling them in the public square, and would sometimes get into fist fights with the guy from the opposing newspaper they didn't like.
Yeah.
You were exposed to the other side no matter what you did. But now, you can exist exactly. You can exist completely siloed, and we're not talking to our neighbors anymore.
Right.
And by the time we encounter them, we have preset beliefs about them, and even if we don't, they have preset beliefs about us. And I don't know how many.
This is a problem on both sides, but like, damn, dude, when you like hear like the like mainstream Republican talking points of like they're transing our kids, and they're like pulling our kids into gender studies classes against their will, and Trump said on Lex Friedman's podcast yesterday or the day before that they're like giving kids operations at school and then sending them home as a different gender, right? Like they're giving this perception of like they're literally like your kids up without your knowledge and all of this stuff. Like I feel like that is the kind of shit that I would say is like significantly worse than like pointing out like these people are supporting a guy that tried to coup the government, and that's like a little fascistic.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, right there, we are existing in that same ecosystem, and it makes it hard for us to talk even here. Because on the Republican side, people are like, okay, the coup of the government, how many rifles did they bring? It's like, this is the party that constantly talks about, yeah, we got the guns, you can't oppress us. If you were showing up to take out the government, do you think we'd just be carrying signs? You think we'd stay between the velvet ropes when we walk through Statuary Hall?
I mean, they broke in. They broke into there were people that had there are signal chats that have been released from the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, where they did plan on breaking in and subverting the election. Because of it, they specifically referenced the line from Donald Trump where he was like, "Stand back and stand by, boys." That did happen though.
Who released the signal chats?
It was part of the DOJ indictments against the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, detailing their correspondence before, during, and after the January 6th riots, where for weeks they were planning on they were we can only get people in here that we trust, and so many people from every different chapter, and I think they had 100 people by the end of the whole thing. They were talking about they got military grade radios to communicate with each other. They were the first ones that breached every single line of defense. The first person that broke into the Capitol was a Proud Boy who had stolen a riot shield from one of the police officers. The Oath Keepers were doing the same thing. I haven't read through their indictments.
And once they got in, this handful of people leaded a bunch of clueless boomers. Were they counting on the boomers beating people to death or something?
Well, they were trying to delay the certification of the election. The whole subverting the election indictment that is against Trump over the fake slates of electors. Essentially, what Trump was trying to do was get Mike Pence to choose the fake slates of electors that he had brought up, right? Which there's nobody can test this. Even Trump doesn't say that he didn't do it. He just says that I was the president, therefore I have criminal immunity from doing it. So even he says that he did this. But they created fake slates of electors. They sent them to Washington, D.C. They wanted Mike Pence to do the right thing and choose those electors so that Trump would win the election. And barring that, they wanted to cause so much chaos that it would be that they would say we can't tell which one of these electoral slates is the correct one, so we're going to throw it down to the House, which would be an automatic win for Trump because more states. It's not voting by each individual representative. It's voting by state, and more states have Republicans than Democrats.
Well,
so it was.
That's one hell of a stretch.
No, it's literally
these guys have to be smart enough to pull all this off, but they're stupid enough to think that delaying these certifications is going to make a damn bit of difference. The big thing that get held up
Trump's plan. Nobody, even Donald Trump doesn't.
Trump's plan. Trump ordered his secret, agents out there to do all this.
Well, yeah. You can see the correspondence. You can see the correspondence.
And of course, we can believe this correspondence because it came from the same intel agency. Right? What 52 former intel agents signed that document saying Hunter Biden's laptop totally wasn't full of stuff. Well, it was all a myth. The same FBI that fed a journalist information.
When Trump pled not guilty, he said he was not guilty because he has executive immunity, not because he didn't do it. He said, I was the president, therefore I had the right to do this. That's his defense.
The right to invoke the secret Republican army.
Well,
the vast right. I've heard this line before. The vast right-wing conspiracy, right?
Well, sure. The very specifically the electors scheme to not the January 6th riot specifically. I'm talking about the electoral scheme that they had come up with. And Rudy Giuliani, he pled guilty to these things. At first, he pled not guilty because he said it was his First Amendment right to lie. And then afterwards, he just pled guilty because obviously if you lie about someone and defame them, then they're going to you, right? Nobody contests literally anything that I just said. The defenses are just I was the president, therefore I had the right to try to subvert the election through these fake slates of electors. I might have tried to pressure Mike Pence to choose those electors, and if he didn't, then we wanted it to be sent down to the states. All of this correspondence is totally out there and in the open. You can read it right now.
And these clearly intelligent people thought this could all be pulled off with a mob in DC, where there's so many tactical teams. Even Amtrak has their own tactical team, that they wouldn't just have a whole bunch of dudes with rifles and body armor mowing them down within 20 minutes.
Well, here's where I differ from like some of the larger streamers. I'm not sure if Donald Trump like very specifically wanted there to be violence at January 6th. I see the argument, and there is some credibility, but like I'm not sure if I would go that far. But he definitely enjoyed the violence. He definitely like was fine with it happening. He sat by for 3 hours watching it happen, while literally everybody in his cabinet, everybody in his family, everyone at Fox News, everyone at Newsmax, everyone at all the like conservative media all over the country were calling him and texting him and calling his family and texting his family and calling his like Secretary of State and calling and texting everyone saying, hey, dude, this shit's gotta stop. It's gotta stop right now. What the is he doing? Tell him to make it stop. And like he was sitting there and he refused to do anything for like 3 hours. And instead he like spurted on by saying like Mike Pence has failed us. While the violence was going on, he tweeted that out instead of saying, hey, everybody chill out a little bit. All right, this has been going on.
Like unless he showed up personally with a loudspeaker, or did he expect like all the rioters in the middle of a riot are just going to stop and check Twitter every 10 minutes?
Well,
see if he's posted an update. Wait, didn't...
Well, they were checking Twitter because when he tweeted, wait, when he tweeted, you could actually see videos of people like, Trump just tweeted, he said that Mike Pence has failed us, and then everyone goes, ah! It's crazy. Yeah, it's like, it sounds cartoonish, but it's like literally, yes, that's like literally what happened. And like you could also see that they would listen to him like with his tweets, because like the rioting stopped literally the moment that he put out his video saying, listen, you're all very special and I love you very much, you're my little angels, but like we've had enough, and you guys got to go home. And then immediately people started filtering out once he told them to stop. Like you can see.
I thought they filtered out when someone shot a woman dead, and then the tactical team came up behind him with body armor and rifles.
No, they still went on for about another
convincing
45
argument.
minutes. I think it was about another 45 minutes until Trump tweeted that, and that's
that was the imbroglio outside still going on.
Yeah. There was still like other parts of the building, because that was Ashley Babbitt was shot in front of the House chambers, and people were still like inside and chilling in the Senate chambers, and they were still going through Nancy Pelosi's office and shit. And like you can like watch like very directly the timeline of like when he tweeted and when people stopped rioting. You can see like the very exact times when he tweeted about Mike Pence, and people were like, oh my God, Mike Pence, hang them. Like you can see the like exact like moment when these things happened, like on 5 million different live stream cameras, including one from people that I've debated against, like the Nick Fuentes crew. Like they had their cameras inside the Capitol, and they were reacting in real time to all the things that I'm talking about. Like
it's just I get all that. I get all that, but now you want to ask, why don't people care about this more? Mostly peaceful protests.
Well,
you can't stand there when blocks upon city blocks are burned down in multiple cities across the fucking country, and then say, oh no, it's real shit if it happens to our seat of power. Like, that's not how you engender people to the government.
I understand what you're saying there, and to a certain degree, I agree. But I would say that, like, I would take, 2 continuous years of BLM massive protests like that than another January 6th, because of the like implications to the system of government that we have. But like even on that, like when it comes to like denouncing the rioting and stuff, like the people that I'm most aligned with in the Democratic Party, people like Biden were saying like, all right guys, we need to calm down. The rioting is, I understand why you're angry. And they were trying to like couch it because there was so much, like political stuff riding on this, but they were like, listen, the rioting's got to stop. All right. I understand we're angry, but we need to remain peaceful. And that was like the moderate dim, the mainstream dim line throughout the protests. It was only the like very, very small group of like progressives that like even some of them were willing to like encourage the violence. And that was...
How'd that line go again? If you sit down at a table with a Nazi, then you're a Nazi too?
Well, I could turn that 180 degrees around and say, if you sit at the table with someone who tried to coup the government, then you're a traitor. Like we can play this both ways, but one I would argue is worse than the other.
That's the problem, because the people who right now that are, for instance, supporting Trump, millennials especially, that can't afford a home, can't afford to start a family, can't even afford to save that much. People who feel like their entire lives that was promised to them have been stolen, that are angry.
Yeah.
What's his face? The fat guy, Michael Moore. He put his finger right on it in that famous line or speech he gave about this issue. That's exactly how these people feel, and they blame Congress for it.
Yeah.
If they had their way, they burned down the goddamn Capitol building themselves. That's how bad things are. That's why we're at this point.
Yeah, but who
and if Democrats want to change this, they need someone that stands up for the people and delivers results.
But like,
and delivers big enough results, nobody can question it. Like they actually see a tangible difference in their day-to-day lives. And maybe they can produce someone like that. Maybe they can. I guess we'll see.
But like but the president doesn't have that power. And as a political science major, I'm sure you know this. Like the president is like severely limited by what Congress is willing to get through. And like the fact that Biden was able to get through what he did with a 50-50 Senate and like a near 50-50 House, right? It's unbelievable, right? But like Trump wasn't able to make any of those plans even when he had a majority in both the House and the Senate. Like Trump, what did Trump get through that was like any kind of major legislation? Not too terribly much. Like I think
major tax reform bill.
Yeah, that's I was just about to say the only thing that I can think of that he accomplished through Congress in terms of legislation was his tax reform. And even, like I mean I disagree with that, but like you can say that that's one of his accomplishments. But like, damn, dude,
he presided over the first real increase in median income in like what 20 years, something like that. There wasn't nothing going on at the time.
But like again, like I don't think I think what Trump's economic achievements were maintaining the ship from like I'm not saying that Obama did all of it because obviously Trump was in charge and the Republicans were in charge from 2016 to 2020, right? But I think that like the recession was largely on its last legs. Like we were basically out of the recession already. We were posting all-time highs leading into Trump's presidency, and then he maintained the ship. And you know that's not nothing. You're maintaining the ship. You're making sure that the stock market is increasing. You're making sure that our GDP is increasing. You're making sure all these things. But like, what specifically did he do? He didn't do anything specific that like was just super awesome. And that's like the biggest thing that I ask people, right? Like. In terms of like the like policy questions, like name a specific policy that would have been that you can just say that Donald Trump did this and it made our economy better, right?
Well, I know what he didn't do. For instance, he didn't kill the Keystone XL pipeline day one. He did not go out of his way to stop issuing drilling permits to Gulf oil companies. He didn't do, a lot of the Biden administration has been marked by openly business hostile policies.
But when it comes to the oil thing, we're still the largest oil producing nation in the entire world.
Okay, so why shouldn't we produce even more oil? Well, like, why should we willingly damage the economy or rein these things in? Put thousands of pipeline workers out of work.
Well, Biden very specifically did try to like invoke the Defense Production Act, I think, at one point, but he was suggested against doing it because the oil companies wouldn't drill anymore. I think this was in me.
There we go again. Kulaks and wreckers.
Wait, what?
Kulaks and wreckers. The oil companies weren't the ones not.
No. This is literally a press release by like I think it was Chevron's CEO. They were like, no, our profits right now are like really good, and I don't think that it would be any benefit for us to like expand or contract our operations at this point in time. And the Biden administration was trying to pressure them to expand their drilling operations. This happened in 2021, I believe. This was like during when gas prices hit like the $4 mark, and there was like a big standoff between the Biden administration and some of these companies. And this is like, I mean, you can say that like free market, and that would be the free market, but it wasn't because of the inability for companies to have any new leases on federal land, which only makes up like, I think, fuck, I can look this up. How much oil on federal? How much oil is produced on federal land? Thank you, Google search. 25% of crude oil and more than 10% of natural gas comes from federal territory. So all they did was say like no new leases there, but that's not even where the majority of our oil comes from. It mostly comes from offshore, I believe.
Now, the thing is, offshore, the location where the oil comes from does matter, because it's got to go to a refinery to be processed into gasoline.
The quality of the actual oil underground.
Different deposits are good for different things. Like you can make diesel from one, not from the other. It's stuff like that. But I can also tell you that the oil companies plan something like 30, 40, 50 years in advance, because it takes a tremendous amount of infrastructure and many years to build up that infrastructure for a new oil field. So if they're told they're not going to get leases for this in the future, they abandon expansion plans and focus on making their existing holdings more profitable. Because they have to, because these investments take a long time to flow down. But like I said, once we get into the weeds of this, is like you literally said the thing. The previous president made it all good, so anything good that happened under his administration was only that.
Exactly what I said. Come on, I did give Trump credit. I did give.
To be fair to you, no one can escape this, right? This is part of the world we live in now, where we're all working off a different set of facts.
Right, but like that's what I want us to have a better like factual understanding of the world, which is why I like would never say like Trump didn't do anything for the economy. He like very obviously did, right? There are some things that I agree with, there are some things I disagree with, but like he like we're not the GDP.
Yeah, I'm giving you credit. I appreciate that you're going to the effort, but there's something I think you find really fascinating. Have you ever read Emmett Renson's essay, The Smug Style in American Liberalism?
No, but I will type that in and read it later.
Mm-hmm. It's an incredibly good takedown. Now, Emmett Renson is, however you pronounce his name, he's got some personal issues of his own. He might not be the greatest guy, but this essay, at least, is extremely on point. And it really, I think, underlines the PR problem you were talking about the Democrats have.
Yeah.
And
if it has to do with like the like smug like blue MAGA type people that I've also like railed against in the past, like
exactly, it's pretty much the best takedown of that phenomena I have ever seen.
Yeah, and I that's where like my socialist days came from, because it was smug and they were talking down to people. But I like, again, something that I've noticed and something that I am happy about with the Democratic Party is they have like massively shifted from where they were in 2016, right? The Democratic Party of 2016 like was the smug liberal elites, and it turned me off from them like a lifelong Democrat, right? It led me down the path of stupid internet socialism, right? And I resent them for that, because it is embarrassing to tell people that I used to be a socialist. But increasingly, like the messaging coming out of the Democratic Party, the policies coming out of the Democratic Party are much less like these like very stupid, like from 2016 to 2018, 2019 Democrats, especially until Biden took over, they were going very, very like extreme lefty. And I'm not going to lie, they were capitulating to the squad too much. There was too much emphasis put on to that section of the Democratic Party, which is it's not nothing, right? But it's not the majority percentage of Democrats, but they were giving them way too much, like speaking power on the national stage. And that has largely died down. AOC moderated like massively under the tutelage of Nancy Pelosi, love her or hate her, so like now she's like hated by lefties online because she's, normal. The squad is like slowly dying because they're losing their seats in the House, and like even Bernie is like, well, you know what, like it's not exactly what I would want, but this is probably like the best thing that we could possibly have imagined. Like it is as progressive as it needs to be, but like it is like the economic policies that they've put forward on my, now granted, all right, all I can speak for is like my econ 101 brain that I have, the things that I've learned about through streaming and like talking to people that are in this space that are like masters or PhD econ people. But like the economic policies of the Biden administration like actually are like unbelievably GigaChad monstrously good. Like even from a like independence point of view, from a conservative point of view, like pre-Trump conservative point of view, rather, like these are good econ policies. These are like you put yourself into like the perfect situation with like the econ, you know, grandmaster, and they craft a bill, and you're getting, you know, you're both putting money into the system where you need to, when it comes to like infrastructure, when it comes to stuff like that, right? You're putting money into the system where you need to, and then you're also pulling money out of the system through different taxes to curb the inflationary pressures of these like high spending bills. And it's just like, wow, holy shit, it's kind of crazy, right? We were able to pull down our inflationary rate like pretty quickly compared to other similarly sized economic blocks like the EU and Japan, which is still having some big problems. I just like, I look at the record and I look at the narrative around it. I'm like so confused about the.
And you're saying that
narrative.
this is in at least decent part a production of a moderated Democratic Party, or at least a chunk of the party is moderating itself more.
Yeah, I think Biden
moving to the
coming
center.
I think Biden coming in was like a massive moderating force because he had enough respect from the majority of Democrats to like put forward his vision of America. The squad was, because they were a little bit hostile to him. They like kind of withered away in terms of their political power inside of the House. And the like religious, almost like axiomatic holding that we're going to rule through legislation, not through executive order. That's like what has got us to the point where I'm like, man, I'm not even ashamed to say that I'm a Democrat. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a liberal, because the liberals are like doing what I think is in the best interest of the country, both socially and economically, like foreign policy wise. I think that the Democrats have that unlocked so much more than anything the Republicans have to offer. Like,
They certainly wouldn't be happy with Democrats if they were trying to do socialist things, clearly from what you said. So yeah, that sounds good. And to bring this full circle,
yeah,
is this moderation that's produced these good results, is that part of the tension that we see with like the whole Gaza argument, with the progressive wing of the party now getting their hooks into the moderate centrists?
Okay, so when it comes to that, okay, the lefties online, they have no power. Okay, the balancing act that the Democrats are doing right now with the Israel-Gaza thing is fuck, there's like multiple layers to it. Like on a moral front, I think that the Democrats recognize the like moral quandary more so than the Republican Party does, because there is a moral quandary. I side a little bit more on Israel's side because you know, Hamas, right? But like Israel is, and even to like the Israeli public's credit, they're massively protesting right now because it should have been over by now, right? Like they've leveled the entirety of the Gaza Strip. They've not brought back all the hostages, right? More and more hostages are dying every single day. At a certain point, we got to say, like, brother, you're our ally. We want the best for you, and the best thing for you at this point is to wrap it the up, because you're ruining your position on the world stage, and we're your ally. We want the best for you. You're yourselves, right? That's what the Democrats are trying to, or at least like the Biden administration is trying to get across to Netanyahu. I can't speak for like, I don't know like intimately like inside of the like politics of Israel itself, but like Netanyahu seems to be very beholden to the far like right, like what do you call them? Like the religious extremist aspects of the government. So he's very beholden to them. So he's just chugging right along. Am I even close to answering what you asked? Sorry.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So like the Democrats, they're in a really rough spot because the Democrats, like compared to the Republicans, they have a much like broader tent of like all these different coalitions that they have to pull together and please all of them, right? And they have the Muslims in like Michigan, they've got the Jews in Pennsylvania, they've got, you know, like, and they have to please both of these people. They recognize the moral quandary that's going on over in Israel. It's not easy to find a middle ground, and they also don't have direct control over what's happening on the ground over there, right? When we send missiles over there, like I'm sure, like you're like one of those open source intel kind of guys, like, you know, like the majority of the weapons that we send to Israel are just like missiles for the Iron Dome, like defensive capabilities. So like it's not like we're funding whatever genocide they're claiming that there is over there. So like what the Democrats are like, what the are we supposed to, what are we supposed to do? Like you guys need to wrap it up. You're us too. Come on. So
yeah, it's a really bad situation because it's never going to end or be, you know, conclusively satisfied unless Israel actually kills everybody in Gaza. And it's really hard to find an off-ramp from that. And so any solution is going to be some mix of this is going to happen forever. And as we saw from October 7th, the consequences of that or those irregular happenings can be pretty bad.
Yeah, sorry, someone said something in chat just now and it completely like wrecked my train of thought. You said something that just now. What was it that you just said?
It was this won't end until a genocide of some sort happens, right? Because even if they move in and kidnap the next generation of Gazans, all the kids, so they can't be indoctrinated to hate Jews from the cradle, right? That's still a cultural genocide. You know, you're stealing people's kids. You're doing what the Soviets did.
Yeah, what has to happen is the Palestinians need this is going to sound super cringe, but it's the best analogy I have. The Palestinians need a Gandhi. They need a MLK. They need someone that's going to go out there and try and lead with love and try and like de-escalate the Palestinian side of things. And the Israelis need to elect someone that isn't going to like take the hardest stance possible on the Gazans so that they can try and move forward. I don't think it's going to happen in the next 10 years, right? But like there's got to be a good faith effort from both sides. And like the Palestinians, like as far as I know, there's never been a good faith effort for peace from the Gazans. Or I'm sorry, not just the Gazans, like the Palestinians in totality. Because their leadership is just obstinate, completely obstinate, where they could have made some concessions, and then it would have they could have had a two-state solution by now, right? Even if they didn't get everything that they wanted. So like like I think that the onus right now, well, like at the very current moment, Israel needs to stop. Like I'm like very supportive of Israel, and I've argued with people about the Israel-Palestine conflict and the like all of the stuff going on over there. But like, damn, dude, like at a certain point, like the amount of death that you are causing for the benefit that you're getting is just like, it's not there. You're not benefiting for anything that you're doing in Gaza. You're pissing your own people off. You're pissing off America. You're pissing off the entire world. You're getting yourself into like a hot war with Hezbollah and trading missiles with Iran. You got to find an off-ramp, Israel. Even if you have to be the one to start it, you got to find an off-ramp because this is not a good position for you, you know?
I'm kind of confused because this operation is extremely expensive in terms of munitions and the lives of soldiers that are still being injured and killed.
Yeah.
They are still chasing after over 100 hostages, and it's not going to be acceptable to just leave the hostages there. But the scale of the operation still seems too big. The main reason to go into Gaza is to destroy the infrastructure underground, the tunnels. Literally just dynamite and C4 every single one, because that's pretty much what Hamas requires to operate.
Yeah.
Because they have no strategic depth. So you go in and you destroy those tunnels. It'll take them. I mean, it took them decades to build a tunnel network that sophisticated and extensive, and it can be destroyed in a matter of weeks.
Yeah,
but
if they do that,
are they
they're gonna,
finding
like,
more
fuck
tunnels than
their-
they thought, or there's some domestic political pressure to take action of some sort?
I would assume that they're not doing that because the hostages are being held down there. Yeah.
Yeah, once they would obviously only dynamite a tunnel once it's cleared. You got to see who's in it.
Oh, are they not already doing that? I thought they were like flooding them, and there's like some. We watched a short documentary about like some kind of foam that you can put into a like a portable grenade launcher, and you shoot it, and it coats the entire inside of the tunnel, and then it expands and hardens to like the same density.
Yeah,
of rock.
that's just so if you're going down a tunnel and there's a lot of branching tunnels, you shoot that stuff there, and the enemy can't come up behind you while you're chasing another
but
objective.
this isn't something that you want to do to like try and destroy them or anything.
Exactly. You don't
Okay,
seal
gotcha.
people in and just wait for them to suffocate, because A, they got your hostages, and B, if you flood the tunnel to force them out, they're going to have to take the hostages with them. They need the hostages alive. That's their big bargaining chip. So that's the idea behind that. If you want to kill people in a tunnel, there's much easier ways to do it. If you set off an explosive at one end, that blast pressure wave travels down the tunnel. I've heard from a friend of mine who fought in Australian Special Forces, and he fought in Afghanistan. He said you could sometimes hear the screams of the Taliban we killed with explosives come back to you like 5 minutes after they died, because they echoed to the very end of these cavern systems and came back to you.
Damn, that's brutal. Jesus.
Yes. And then DARPA, the mad lads, they invented a bomb where you take rocket fuel, solid rocket fuel, like you'd use in a rocket motor, shape it into a ball, then push a hole through the center, then ignite it. The hole in the center becomes a rocket nozzle, and so you've got a self-propelled ball of rocket fuel. Now you have 1,000 of these things, and you've got super balls that ignite, and they bounce around, and they will bounce all over and push themselves down a tunnel, superheating the air to a few thousand degrees as they go.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. If it wasn't for those hostages, Hamas would be in deep shit.
Yeah, of course. But like this like shows the failure on the like Netanyahu government's side to like use any amount of diplomacy. Like they're just as obstinate as the Hamas is. Like
I don't think Hamas is going to answer to diplomacy, of course, but I mean, Netanyahu is on the hook for allowing October 7th to happen in the first place.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, like
there's a lot of anger over
wasn't
that.
There a massive like the country's largest protest in its entire history like 2 or 3 days ago because of the dead hostage that was found? Like,
yeah, people are angry. And of course, no one's under the illusion that there's any good solution, but they certainly seem to think that they could be doing better.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, like the situation in Israel is so and it baffles me that Israel hasn't like tried to like find some way to like get closer to the end point of this. It doesn't seem like there is like an end point in sight. It's baffling to me that the Biden administration, like despite all of the pressure that they've exerted on Israel, like Israel is completely non-compliant. And I don't know what I would support in terms of like trying to coerce them to like come to some kind of endpoint. And like looking at an alternative, if there was another Trump presidency, like again, like the kind of diplomacy or like the kind of foreign policy that he talks about is like, I'll make one phone call and it'll all be over. And it's like, I don't even know what you're going to do. You're probably just going to tell him like, yippee-ki-yay, like bomb him to the Stone Age, which is also like not a...
He did take out Qasem Soleimani, who was the head of the Quds Force, which is basically Iran's primary means of power projection. Most of the fighting we did in Iraq wasn't actually against native-born Iraqis that were just, upset. A lot of them were Iranians, and most of the Iraqis were trained in Iran, and they were using Iranian-supplied weapons, Iranian-made IEDs.
Yeah, fuck Iran.
Yeah, Qasem Soleimani had a lot of blood on his hands, and you don't get generals of that talent that are trusted to lead organizations like that just under any rock. Trump was the one that finally pulled the trigger and killed him. And he got his ass chewed out for it. Oh boy, because I follow all the Twitter, the intel and the think tank guys, to do international relations.
Yeah, I have mixed opinions on it too. Like at the end of the day, I'm like, yeah, based that dude. But like also, I think it was like the problems that I had with it just come down to like the Iraqis were not made aware of what was going on. Like we were basically flying solo and like assassinating someone on a third party's soil, and like it was creating problems for them, and like there was no communication. Like those are the issues that I have with it. But like the actual like pulling of the trigger of it, I don't have any problem with it now.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, I think probably the ultimate solution to these problems in Israel is going to be found in Iran. I think Senator Bloodfeast is going to get his way sooner or later.
Senator who?
If you've ever seen the old meme of Senator Bloodfeast, respectable, bipartisan, let me see blood just one more time before I die, please. Let me smell the burning flesh. Can we please bomb Iran?
John Bolton.
Yeah, exactly. Literally Bolton. And I think we're getting to that point because we have tried the whole detente, the hands-off, gloves-off diplomacy thing with Iran for something like 40 years. And all that has resulted in is an Iran that is now supplying Russia with Shahed drones to use against Ukraine, who has shut down a major sea line of communication by closing the Strait and the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Yeah. They've effectively closed the Suez Canal. Those are Iranian proxies using Iranian weapons. And, of course, they can close the passage into the Arabian Gulf, right, where a lot of the world's oil transits anytime they want, because it's right off their shore.
Here's a question for you, because you're much more in the like OSINT world than I am. There's a guy you probably know, Ryan Macbeth.
I don't know. I don't think I've heard of him particularly.
I like in the sphere that you're in. I think that you would love this guy. He's ex. He might still be in the military. I think he's ex-military though. He works for some defense company, and he does cybersecurity content on YouTube, right? And all he does is expose people for being either bots or liars or spreading misinformation, and he'll like show the exact line of where it is. But something that he talked about on one of his videos, I don't remember which one, was that there is a strong argument that we are currently already in World War III.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, because like if you look at World War I and World War II, there are all these like minor conflicts that kind of like boiled over and like got subsumed by the like broader like World War I and World War II. You can look at like Asia and World War II, and like all of the different invasions of Germany leading up to the invasion of Poland, and Italy going into Ethiopia and shit, and I think that like the argument that he was putting forward is that like the World War III started with the information war, right? With Russia like trying to influence opinions in the United States, Iran and China doing the same, the Ukraine war, the possible invasion of Taiwan. So you agree with that?
Yes, sentiment? Absolutely. Like it looks like Ryan Macbeth here has an article on Russia Today infiltrating right-wing media. I'd like to see to watch that, because I've noticed that attitude, growing on the right, and every time I have someone say that to me, we get into an argument like straight out.
Did you not hear about what happened yesterday?
No, I did not.
Oh, like some of the like half of the largest conservative content creators online and in media were just tied directly to a massive Russian funding scheme that the Kremlin
doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I know. It's like Tim Pool, Lauren Southern, Ben
Dim Fool.
Yeah,
Lauren, okay, yeah. We call him Dim Fool. Like the names you just read off there is kind of like a who's who's of people I consider to be midwits at best.
Yeah, but like
so it does
they
not
have
surprise
so much
me.
pull in the conservative media sphere, right? But like, yeah, that's where he's probably writing about that. Like this guy, I want to talk to him someday. I probably have he's in the same spaces. I probably have an inroad to talk to him. But like, damn,
that would be fun.
Yeah, it would be.
And I'm expecting we're probably going to find something like that. Although the left wing doesn't have, I don't know actually how big that kind of alternative media sphere is on the left. Do they have their own equivalent?
It's not as like in terms of the like size of the platforms, it's not as big. In terms of the amount of content creators, it's probably just as big, but they don't have as much of a voice. Like there's like the Jackson Hinkles kind of, who's like kind of on the left. And then you've got
so they might not be targeted as much by Russian info ops. Because one thing I've noticed, like if a good example is the California secessionist movement. Nobody gives a shit about these clowns, but Russians were funding them. They're very good at getting the crowbar into any crack they find, because if nothing happens, what did they blow? A few $1,000? Who cares? If something does happen, then that's a great success and a massive return on investment. And they absolutely don't want to just promote one side's view. They want to get both sides at each other's throats. And they want the division.
I've told people this so many times, because whenever I talk about like the Russian disinformation machine, conservatives in my chat go ballistic with Russiagate, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, they're targeting you. They're targeting people like me. They're targeting everyone. They just want us all to argue, right? Which is why you have to be able to see through this stuff, right? And like, that was, man, when there was this really terrifying Reddit post that I think I saved somewhere. But it was just like piece by piece showing how real it was, how effective it was, and how their plans are like looking like they are going to be going forward. And it's like, damn, dude, I'm like, now every single time that I read something, I get so like in my own head, like thinking, okay, I need to make sure, I need to verify this shit. I need to know for sure that this shit isn't made the up. I need him, because like, damn, dude, like it's really bad out there. And especially when we get people as large as Tim Pool, as large as Benny Johnson and Dave Rubin and these people, like, and all of their audiences, and Tucker Carlson was part of this as well. Like when we have all these people that conservatives trust so much, and they're pushing all the same like pro-Russian line, and the Republican Party is taking like essentially all of the foreign policy stances that our foreign adversaries want them to take, because to give some blame to the Democrats, like the 2016 Democrats, which is for some reason is the same perception that they have right now. It's a very different party, but like the perception that we have of being those 2016 Democrats, of being the smug people, when we're you guys are all just Russian stooges. It's like, no, these are Russian stooges, and they're fooling you. Like, this is what we're doing is in our best interest. Helping Ukraine is both in our best interest and in Ukraine's best interest and in our allies' best interest. It's just good all around. Russia. And when you guys are telling us that we should be pulling all funding from Ukraine because we just don't like death. No, you just love Russia, right? When you say that we need to pull all funding from Israel, like you're doing the same thing. Like it's so unbelievably frustrating.
Especially low-hanging fruit, because conservatives, to start with, generally tend not to be, gung-ho about foreign interventions. They really don't like that idea. The fact that Bush was able to sell it, well, that just tells you how much people didn't like Saddam. I guess, firing missiles at, no-fly zone jets for all those years didn't really endear him to anybody. Kind of made himself a problem.
The more I hear about the Saddam guy, the less there is to like.
Yeah, exactly. Like, holy shit. But there's another issue, which is that, what the hell was I going to say? Just flew out of my head. But yeah, in general, we've also gone through 20 years of the Great War on Terror, which was obviously in many ways. Thank you, Bush and everybody else. Bush, Obama, God, there's plenty of blame to go around there. Yeah. And an entire generation is really burned out and disillusioned. Some of the people that say Ukraine the most are, to my great surprise, military veterans.
Yep.
Like, they should know what it means for the people to be defending their own territory and their own existence, given the genocide.
Broke America. The Iraq War completely everything, like every single thing that we do, because like I used to be on that whole train of like, man, the U.S. needs to stop intervening in places. But like the more I learn about our history and the more I learn about like our military operations, damn son, like we were the good guys in every single conflict we were in, like outside of like some of the coup stuff that we attempted during like the 70s and 80s and chilled the out on after that. Like holy shit, we were the good guys every single time. Like the Iraq War, like we were the bad guys, but like so was Saddam. So it's a little bit like of a gray area, but my history is a little bit super fuzzy on like that time period right there. But like, damn, when the U.S. military gets involved in stuff, we're usually not the bad guys. Overwhelmingly, we're the good guys, and we need to like, and this is something that like I cannot believe. Like the Republicans. If you watched did you watch either of the party's national conventions?
Not personally, no.
No, like the Republicans was so depressing, and like everything was just like we hate ourselves, we hate America, we hate and we're going to like rebuild America in the image that like we think America is supposed to be, and blah 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 blah. But like the Democrats stole patriotism. The Democrats stole love of the military at their convention. Like every single thing was like, damn, you know what? This could have been a speech at the RNC in like the year 2003, like going into the 2004 election, you know? Like what the is going on with the Democrats right now? Like they're like the most like almost like sickly sweet patriotism was dripping all over the place throughout the entire convention, and they were able to like just like co-opt that whole message.
One thing that blows my mind is that what's going on right now in the world is a stunning repudiation of the blob's foreign policy. And I don't know if you know what the blob is yet, but you will if you're studying political science. The blob is an informal term for what we call the foreign policy establishment. It includes the universities, where, you know, the new generation of bureaucrats for the State Department and other places are actually trained. And then they go to the government and they serve in the State Department. And then they leave the government, they go work at a think tank where they make money generating policy proposals and stuff that the State Department eventually acts on. And this entire ecosystem is called the blob. And they have a very specific way they look at the world based in Cold War strategy, which is why you see why Iran, for instance, has been treated like we all work through proxies. We don't name each other directly or whatever. We were treating them like the Soviet Union, despite them definitely not being as big as the Soviet Union, because they used to be a Soviet proxy. And then when the Russia collapsed, or Soviets collapsed, and the rump state of Russia, which is broke, had the GDP of Canada, is corrupt as hell, all these... the entire establishment.
Like we had a whole doctrine for foreign policy based around this one country that was our main adversary, and
they're still doing it.
Like, what the fuck are we supposed to? What the fuck are we supposed to do now? I guess we go and like create our own
and they're
countries
still
in the Middle
doing
East.
And there was an attitude expressed by I can't remember the guy's name, but it's not hard to find.
Who's still doing it?
The entire blob. They're still treating things like this. That's why they've been screaming a lot. If you look at the foreign policy guys I follow on Twitter, the think tankers, they've been screaming for years that we need to take China seriously. We need to pivot to the Pacific. And Obama said, yes, we will now pivot to the Pacific. And then the pivot never really happened. We just pulled, for the first time in, I think, like 70 years, we don't have an aircraft carrier in the Pacific right now at Japan because they're all redirected to the Middle East.
Well, I mean, that might be.
And there's tensions there, but enough to justify that level? No. And they just basically twiddled their thumbs, went hooty hooty hoo, and did nothing about China. And now China is obviously a threat, and we're trying to play catch up. But then you've, of course, got the entire Ukraine situation where the Biden administration has been slow rolling weapons to them, even threatened to cut off U.S. aid if Ukraine used weapons provided by other NATO members who gave them permission to use them deep in Russia. They're terrified. And every time they blow past a red line, it's proven how stupid it all was. Like, Russia's not going to end the world because we sent some conventional missiles.
Yeah, I think that, like, while I support most of the stances on Ukraine that the Biden administration has, like the slow rolling of stuff to, Well, here's my question to you. Do you think that like part of it is appeasing like the peaceniks or the people that are scared of World War III? Like, do you think that that's what it is, or do you think that the administration is genuinely scared? Because my like the way that I've read it, like up to this point, is like with how divided Congress is and how divided everything is. I think that if Biden had his druthers, he would just like give them everything that they wanted like pretty quick, right? And like the Democrats have been pretty solidly like, hey, we need to get the aid to Ukraine. We need to get the aid to Ukraine. But there are like segments of both parties that are like, for some reason, such weird ass isolationists.
Exactly. Yeah.
Be willing to like sell out the U.S. to Russia. Right. And like, I feel like some of the stances that the Biden administration has taken has been on a political, in a political way, like appeasing the like weird isolationists because they have just enough power to like hold up like entire spending bills, to hold up entire aid packages. Like, is that the same reading that you get or no?
I actually do think it's the blob, because on the Republican side, there's a lot of pro-gung-ho Ukrainian people.
There are,
They're
yeah.
more than enough to shout down the weirdos. I think they could get more than enough consensus on this. But
Well,
the
what about,
people
like, when it
that
comes to-
that are billing themselves as leadership, they don't. It's not just Ukraine they've done this. It's also responsible for North Korea getting nukes. It's also responsible for Iran pretty much as a nuclear power at this point. All they have to do is run those centrifuges for maybe a couple months and they'll have enough uranium. They call it the breakout time. It's very short now. And this basically failure after failure after failure, only reacting to the rise of China far too late when the fact they were building a military custom designed to expel us from the South China Sea became impossible to ignore. And the worst part of it is I saw, he's an okay guy. I follow him on Twitter, but he said something the other day, like, yeah, we can never get into a war with Iran. And I went off on him. But he's about your age, and he's at college, and he's majoring in international relations.
Well, he's probably younger than me. I changed my major 7 times, okay? I'm a late bloomer into the political science scene, okay?
Okay, gotcha. But they're still teaching kids these failed policies, right?
Yeah.
And that scares the shit out of me, because if we don't do something soon, we are going to be in a situation where we get stuck in a war with China in the South China Sea. And that's when Iran will decide that they're going to announce their nuclear power and what you're going to do about it. And Israel will nuke them off the face of the earth. And that's pretty much, yeah, we're going to get a nuclear war in the Middle East if we keep around like this. And the blob just keeps doing it. And what blows my mind is this is all the product of an idea called the end of history. Some political scientists said, you've heard that, the end of history, right? Nothing big will ever happen. We can just contain our way through everything because it's easy to contain anything from blowing up into a big war. We don't have to worry about, things like that happening. And the same conservative Groyper frog poster shitheads. I'm like, you claim to hate these people, right? Because the end of history types are very Democrat. Although I have never seen a Republican. Yes, but I've never seen a Republican appoint one that wasn't. I'll put it that way. They all just inherit the same goddamn organization and they roll with it. Maybe the one exception to that is John Bolton, right? Mr. Senator Bloodfeast himself. And you don't get that many of them, right? So but the reason is like the Democratic leaning of it, I would not, it's not progressive. Let's get that out there first. It's very much liberal Democrat because of the think tanks and the universities, how they're tied into the blob. Obviously, people's opinions are going to skew a certain way. But I mean, throughout the entire Cold War, that was actually strategies that worked, right? It was suited to the time. And so Republicans used it too. And so, I don't want to make it too partisan here, but there is enough partisanship in it that I can look at these fraud posters and say, you're looking at the Biden administration, the people you claim to hate, the entire establishment you claim to hate, right? They say the end of history, and you say nothing ever happens. What the is up with that?
For like the Groypers, they love Russia. So they think that it's a bastion of, conservative male masculinity, and they're going to save the West, even though they hate the West. So
and I've noticed something about that. And I've been asking myself recently, because you heard about, I call him Zigger Maid, because we don't really like the guy Martyr Maid. He went on that.
Oh, I feel like I've heard that name before.
Yeah, he's the one that went on with Tucker Carlson the other day and then said Hitler did nothing wrong, basically.
Oh shit! Yeah, I was supposed to watch that after our conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was sitting here, and I think I've figured out roughly why we have basically socialists in what should be the place that hates socialists most, the conservative side of the aisle. Because, they are national socialists versus international socialists. Workers of the world unite versus workers of Germany unite.
Right.
So they don't like each other, but effectively they're both still collectivists. They're following the Rousseauian social contract. And so I think I've put my finger on why some groypers go for this shit. It's because their primary concern, they don't really think of individual liberties or gun ownership or things like that as being their big keywords. They are worried more about, trad wives and fields, transings of the kids.
100%.
What's that?
100%.
Yeah, or what? Drag queen story time. God, do they bitch about drag queen story time all the time? And I get it, right? It's a concern, but this is what the entire worldview revolved around. And so if they needed to suit up in Soviet stormtrooper outfits to kill anybody that opposes their ideology, they probably would be happy with it. Like, because that doesn't really register on their scale. They are collectivists. And so with Russia, they don't give a shit that, it's a totalitarian dictatorship. That's a plus for them. They just care that, they claim to promote, Orthodox Christianity, even as they bomb every church in Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you get this kind of weird creature on the right. And they're the reason every time I see one of these guys, I tend to shit down his throat until he can't talk anymore.
Yeah, I can't stand the groypers, but we can take solace in the fact that they're all gay cat boys, and they defend pedophilia inside of their own ranks. So they're not going anywhere. So Marjorie Taylor Greene had to cut ties with them.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here thinking, I'm on the conservative side of the aisle right now. I'm sitting here thinking, how big of a problem is this, and what should we do about it, right? Because we do, every time one of these guys comes up and says, well, why is it our problem on the other side of the world? And I ask them, what's the first war we fought where we used private mercenary corporations against stateless enemy combatants without a declaration of war? Iraq? No, that would be the Barbary Pirate War of 1780 so. A founding father signed off on that and built the first 6 American frigates to go up pirates off the coast of Africa because they were stealing our shit. We have, from the very earliest days of our existence, had overseas concerns. What happens in the world does affect us.
Of course.
We want to be a hegemon because we get to set the rules.
And it's so depressing because one of the cool things that I've grown to love about our country and our system is the fact that we are world leaders. We are we push certain moral standards on conduct between different nations, and these are good things because not only are they good for us, but they're good for everybody involved, right?
And that's exactly why we get buy-in. Yeah, we benefit from it, and we certainly aren't completely innocent. We do exploit it sometimes, but we get such wide buy-in because everybody else benefits from it too. We're pretty much fair. Because a fair ecosystem is profitable for everybody, and everyone tends to get that. And we actually have the strength to enforce those international norms, right?
Which is why we have so many aircraft carriers.
Exactly. Every time they have to call it a FANOP, a freedom of navigation exercise, we'll sail a destroyer through waters that the Chinese claim are theirs because they built a sandcastle nearby, and they'll shout at us in the radio, and we'll tell them start a war about it if you want to complain.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Any final thoughts, real quick? I know that at the end of the day, my editor will probably he'll edit this and he'll post it to my YouTube channel if you want to share it to your folks on Twitter. So if you have any final words to say, or
No, I think we pretty much covered our ground pretty well. It was a really productive conversation. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. And hey, if there's ever anything that you just think is interesting and you want to come on and talk about it, or if you see me say something super stupid on Twitter and you want to fight about it, you're always welcome. I gave you perms to just jump into the VC anytime. So
Excellent. Thank you. I'll take you up on that. There's plenty to talk about on Twitter, right?
Yeah, of course, always, unfortunately. All right, buddy. I'll catch you later, all right?
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. I like that guy. That guy's pretty cool. I like that guy a lot. The first part of the conversation was a little rough because of the Trump, stuff. I was trying to like be a little bit easy about it because again, I like the guy. And like as you can see, like when we get to the end of the conversation, that's the sort of stuff that I was telling you guys about. Like this guy has some based opinions. This guy's got some, this guy's got some shit going on with his Twitter that I really, really like, which is why I didn't want to like go so hard that I burned the bridge on that first part of the conversation. But let me see here. Okay, Gas, link me that thing because we only got about an hour left on stream. Okay. 1 second. And while Gas is getting me that link, let me look at my texts. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, I rate this conversation a D. This was a Ben Shapiro conversation, one-sided concession, refused to acknowledge the extremism of MAGA only progressives. We'll get there, okay? This was reopening the bridge. It was not that bad though, okay? I like you as much as Destiny's plan right now is to like shit down the throat of every single person until they like concede the point. I think that there are certain people I would hold to that standard, but again, this guy is like an internet like a Twitter OSINT shit poster, and I don't think that like the majority of what he talks about isn't like domestic political stuff. The majority of what he talks about is foreign policy stuff. The Gen 6 part, I lost hope. I mean, I was a little bit surprised at some of the things he said about Gen 6. I mean, like you hear the second half of that conversation, and he's very obviously a very smart person, right? And he seemed like he was surprised and like he had never heard some of the things that I had brought up when it comes to like the people that were that broke in and the people that had specific plans the entire time to break into the Capitol and shit, like so maybe we can get him there, but like again, I don't think that I would hold everyone to the same standard that Destiny is holding everyone to. I think that if you're a content creator and you talk about domestic politics and you defend Trump on a regular basis, right? I think that's when you like go in hard. That's when you shit down their throat. That's when, yeah. But like, I think that like you do have to meet people where they're at, right? And I don't think that this guy was doing anything in bad faith, right? I think that most conservative commentators that talk about January 6th on a regular basis, I think those people are engaging in bad faith. I don't think that he was. I think that's really important I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind, right? Because like if I just like went in and I shot down every single person's throat, which I kind of have been doing on Twitter, and it's not getting me that many conversations, okay? But like you gotta find the correct approach and what that person deserves, right? If someone's just misinformed or it seems like they don't know about what you're talking about, like genuinely, which this guy didn't sound like it genuinely didn't sound like he knew about some of the things I was talking about on January 6th. Like I'm not gonna like slit his throat, right? Like, but if there's a commentator who talks about this shit on a regular basis and they should know about it because they like talk about how much January 6th wasn't a bad thing, then like okay, well then can you admit to this? He didn't seem to have that many defenses for it. It seemed like he was caught a little off guard every single time I brought up a new thing. So the red lights meme I found disingenuous. What red lights? Oh, well, again, like this guy, I don't need to defend the whole conversation. This is the thing. Like, he seems like the definition of like the run-of-the-mill conservative who like wasn't like really on board the Trump train. But then like, once Trump won the primary, he's like, oh, I guess this is who I'm going for, right? Neither of you brought up how the committee deleted droves of evidence related to January 6th. Oh, well, I mean, Tucker Carlson was sent all of the data, was he not? Why didn't he release all of it? Why did he only release like edited little clips to make everybody seem like it was just a vacation in Washington, D.C.? I know. Okay, let's see here. We don't have too much time. And also, I might have to end a little early because I just got some sad news that might lead to me not being able to stream for a couple of days, depending. Tucker played a minute? What do you mean Tucker played?
The big tech companies censor our content. I hate to...
Okay, you said from 47. Well, we got World War II. Let's start at the beginning of this section. We'll start 2 minutes before it just so that we... Oh, wait, you said 43 minutes? This is at 45 minutes.
Yours today. Highly recommended. It's more than unsatisfying. I mean, it's childish and shallow, of course.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, but that's true. But every society has founding myths.
Should I watch this today, or should I continue shitting on the losers who are like Russian stooges? I want to watch the Timcast thing because this other thing is already a couple days old. I'm not gonna get anything out of that, but I can get this and I can put this on YouTube as a segment. That's good shit. Okay. Have I had any problems trying to get my ADD medicine? Is there a shortage? I'm poor. I have $5 in my bank account right now because I got a payout from Kick. Okay, of $10. I have $5 in my bank account right now. I can't go to the psychologist or psychiatrist or whatever the person I'm supposed to go to get the prescription, and I can't afford the medicine. So I don't know if there's a shortage right now. All right. I'm unmedicated. I'm like a completely useless human being right now. And I have too much pride to beg on the internet for my medicine anymore. Your history knowledge would be of use. Yeah, I just want to hit this because this is like strike while the iron's hot, and then I can go to the other one next stream. Because I'm going to be able to stream. Well, actually, I need to figure out because I don't know if I should even say what happened, but like there's been a death in someone's family that I might have to go to a funeral for. Not my family, but just that's why I might need to end a little early. I'm trying to figure out if that's the case. Damn. Tim and Hasan videos? Okay, we'll do the Tim and Hasan videos. Also, I need suggestions super quick, just like while we're right here. Okay. I know that I'm going to... 1 second. Okay, how many Pokemon do I have right now? No. Putin could buy your meds for you if you said the right things, Mr. Sansol. Listen. I need some liberal organization to sponsor me and pay for my medical bills, okay? Okay, so I'm building a new team to go into Kanto with. I'm going to have a Machoke. I'm going to have a Raichu. I'm going to have a Fortress, a Caesar, but I need 2 more Pokemon. I need like a flying type and a water type, but I don't know what I should get. Like, I don't know what I need to round this out. Actually, should I teach Caesar Fly? What moves do you got, bitch? Focus Energy? I could replace Focus Energy with Fly, couldn't I? That wouldn't be that bad. And I'd still have a Bug type. I'd still have a Steel type. I'd have Double Team, which would be monstrous. Okay, we'll start watching the Temple thing, but I am going to look up one thing Pokemon related super quick because I am autistic and Marco, are we back? Okay. Dare you to call into Rob Noor right now? I actually would today, but I don't know if I have time is the problem. I just genuinely don't think I have time, and my my girlfriend's grandmother just died, and I don't know if I need to end stream or not. So I'm scared to start anything. Man. Bait? Is it bait? Is that all it is? Let's see. Rob is live right now. Oh, shut up. Yeah, this is bait. Okay, I don't think, like, I would call Rob and, like, I don't know if he's, like, trying to get people to argue with him about the Russia thing right now, but I just don't know if I have time. I don't know if I have time. So I'll message him and I'll see it, like, whatever he's, like, having people call in for. I'll text him and I'll ask him what it's about and see if we can set something up. How's that? All right. Let's watch Tim Pool cope and seethe about being exposed as a Russian agent.
DOJ indicts 2 RT media affiliated Russians, accuses them of laundering $10 million to conservative company Tenet Media to sow division in U.S. The DOJ alleged that the two concocted a scheme to create and distribute content to U.S. audiences with hidden Russian government messaging. Well, let me just take the word of the DOJ straight from the DOJ website. I'll issue some clarification. I have
also, right before he starts getting into it, okay, I want to make it absolutely clear. I want to make it absolutely clear that if the government, if the Department of Justice, if the feds ever put out an indictment, it's because they have enough evidence to put you away for ever. They have enough evidence to you. That is the reality of the situation. All right. The fact that they put out an indictment on these foreign agents means that they have enough evidence to them, and that everything in there has, you know, a paper trail and has evidence and proof and, you know, whatever, like, because people want to make a distinction between evidence and proof nowadays. Actually, super quick, what is that distinction? Evidence versus proof. Proof is a fact that demonstrates something to be real or true. Evidence is information that might lead one to believe something to be real or true. Proof is final and conclusive. Evidence is tentative. Okay. Yeah. Well, they probably have enough evidence and proof to get a conviction that's going to f these people for life. Okay? That's the point I'm trying to make there. I can understand Tucker Carlson, but you realize Tim Pool is a nobody to the average American, right? That doesn't matter. Because collectively, these people, they have such a massive audience that when they say things, and, you know, if you're watching someone and you enjoy their content and you're getting your news from that person, you're probably going to regurgitate. Yes, does Hasan matter? Yes, to a certain degree. Yes, he does. And it's unfortunate that he matters. But, like, at the end of the day, what it is some sizable audience is getting their news from this person, and they're going out and they're distributing these things, through like a secondhand level, right? So like you go onto Twitter, you see someone arguing, but you heard on Tim Pool that that's like a thing that like didn't happen, and it's just Democrat, you know, propaganda, right? And then you argue there, and the entire point is to sow discord and chaos in the U.S. political system around all of our conversations. He got thrown out like a peasant, which was based. This is how you felt when you saw the news about this. God damn, the vindication for all these Russian shill in my media sphere feels great. Yes. It's a huge amount of vindication, yes.
Statement on this, which I will read for you in a second. When I first learned of this story, literally I'm skateboarding, and I get a DM from a journalist asking if I would talk about the Russian allegations or whatever, and I was like, what? What allegations? And then they sent me a tweet, and I'm like, I ain't reading that. Like, I'm sorry this happened to you or whatever. And then he said something. I'm like, dude, I have literally no idea what you're talking about. And so then I get some calls after a conversation with a few people. I was like, all right, I'll put out a statement. And I thought it was a leaked indictment. I didn't realize the DOJ actually did a press conference on all this stuff. So then when I just corrected and changed it. And so
It could be the fact that he had no idea about this. That's not necessarily false, but like the nonchalance is so false. He is feigning confidence. Because he could be next in a federal investigation, dude. Like, oh my God, you're like, the U.S. is about to formally accuse Russia on the international stage of trying to interfere with our elections, which is a big thing, right? And it's going to be because of Tim Pool. That's significant, and he's trying to act nonchalant about it.
Let me read this for you, and then we'll give the context as to what this means for us and for you. I will stress that this literally has nothing to do with Timcast Media in any way. I want to make sure that's very, very clear.
Paid by
the
them?
Culture War podcast is a separate company that produces The Culture War, and it licensed a show to Tenet, and that was it. There's no direct connection between this and Timcast. So they say 2 RT employees indicted for covertly funding and directing U.S. company that published thousands of videos in furtherance of Russian interests. They say an indictment charging Russian nationals Konstantin Kalishnikov, 31, also known as Kostya, and Elena Afanasieva, 27, also known as Lena, with conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act and conspiracy to commit money laundering was unsealed today in the Southern District of New York. They're both at large. I don't know, were these people in America? The Justice Department has charged 2 employees of RT, a Russian state-controlled media outlet, in a $10 million scheme to create and distribute content to U.S. audiences with hidden Russian government messaging, said Merrick Garland. The Justice Department will not tolerate attempts by an authoritarian regime to exploit our country's free exchange of ideas in order to covertly further its own propaganda efforts, and our investigation into this matter remains ongoing. Our approach to combating foreign malign influence...
Sorry, but Tim being tryhard, let's see. I am now pro-war. We must fund Israel and Ukraine. He's literally, bro, this is literally Tim right now. He's literally the crying Wojak with the happy face mask on. This is literally, he's got the Ukraine and Israel flag now. Oh no, he's literally this. He's literally this. Oh no, Tim, what are you doing?
Influence is actor-driven, exposing the hidden hand of adversaries pulling strings of influence from behind the curtain, said Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco. As alleged in today's indictment, Russian state broadcaster RT and its employees...
Didn't you say someone died a week ago? In my personal life? No. I had to go to a bachelor party a week ago. But no one, yeah. Tron, if you turn this into a segment, cut this out.
Including the charged defendants, co-opted online commentators by funneling them nearly $10 million to pro-Russia propaganda and disinformation across social media to U.S. audiences. The department will not tolerate foreign efforts to illegally manipulate American public opinion by sowing discord and division. Covert attempts to sow division and trick Americans into unwittingly consuming foreign propaganda represents attacks on our democracy, said Christopher Wray. Today's actions show that as long as foreign adversaries like Russia keep engaging in hostile influence campaigns, they are going to keep running into the FBI. We will continue to do everything we can to expose the hidden hand of foreign adversaries like Russia and disrupt their efforts to meddle in our free and open society. The Russian government has long sought to sow discord and chaos in the United States through propaganda and foreign malign influence campaigns. Okay, they're just repeating themselves. I will say this again. These are charges. It's an indictment. They're allegations not yet proven true. I have not spoken.
Once again, I mean, like, we can pull up the... do I still have the Google page up? Yeah, the federal indictment conviction rate. What are the chances for a not guilty verdict if a federally charged criminal defendant takes the case to trial? Currently, federal prosecutors tout above a 95% conviction rate. If the feds indict you, you've either got to plead guilty, you've got to have the best lawyer in the entire world, or you got to get the out of the United States and into some country that's not going to extradite you back to the U.S. Like those are your 3 options. Like, because if they've indicted you, they've got you dead to rights.
Spoken to any of the people involved in running Tenet, so I don't know what is going on with that company. They're going to say Well, let me try and read some of this. They deposited nearly $10 million to covertly finance and direct a Tennessee-based online content creation company. In turn, U.S. company One published English language videos on multiple social media channels, including TikTok, Instagram, X, and YouTube. Since publicly launching in or about November 2023, they posted nearly 2,000 videos and have garnered more than 16 million views on YouTube alone. Many of the videos posted by U.S. company One contain commentary on events and issues in the U.S., such as immigration, inflation, and other topics related to domestic and foreign policy. While the views expressed in those videos are not uniform, most are directed to the publicly stated goals of the government of Russia and RT to amplify domestic divisions in the United States. I mean, that's a strong opinion, but I can't speak for the people at the other commentators, so I don't.
They're in the federal indictment. They have an actual document that they showed where they lay out what their goals are, and it's literally those things that you just read out. It's probably those things verbatim that was their goal. It's also been the stated goal of the Russian government openly. They've said this out loud. It's just that Republicans, for some reason, want to say that that's Russian disinformation, that the Russians themselves are saying that, yes, we're trying to trick you dumb Americans into hating each other so we can do whatever we want on the international stage. Like,
I don't know. I can only speak for what we produce on the culture war, which is available on iTunes and Spotify. In order to carry out RT's secret influence campaign, they say,
oh my God, is he advertising his podcast that is paid for by the Russians while talking about the indictment against the Russians that are paying him? My God, this guy is shameless. Let's go.
Say these individuals pose as outside editors at the company.
Sansol, is Russia the only one doing that? No. China, Iran, China and Iran are the two biggest actors that do that as well. I think that I've heard someone say that North Korea tries to do it, but I don't know if they're successful at it at all. But I mean, Iran just tried to hack both of the presidential campaigns. They did, but they were able to actually hack into Trump's campaign, emails and all that stuff. So that's one thing. China is obviously doing it, and I'm pretty sure we have plenty of documentation for that. Russia is openly saying that they're doing it, and they want to trick all of America into hating each other with all these false problems and all these, like actual just like fake news articles so that they can, trick dumb Americans and they laugh about it. I think that the RT, when the U.S. government contacted them about this, they responded in an email with 3 lines, each one numbered 1, 2, 3. The first line was ha, 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 and then all caps, ha, 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 ha. Like they're laughing at us because people like Jay Leet, people like the Letner Goat people, like these people will literally sit there and while they're getting in the ass, question who is them in the ass. Like it's insane. Like there's currently a dick in my ass, but I have no idea who it is. And then there's Vladimir Putin right behind you, like smiling and grinning at you with bloodthirsty intent, and you're just like, I can't imagine who is doing this to me. Like, come on. The debate is tomorrow, friendly reminder. The debate is not tomorrow. What are you talking about? The debate is on the 13th. We looked this up yesterday. I'm just saying there's a bunch of in your ass, and the Russians don't even have the biggest. Nope, I disagree. The Russians are the biggest perpetrators of this, and they openly say that they're doing this, and there's evidence that they're doing this, but you don't have any evidence that anybody is doing it to me. I'm very, very hyper aware of like reading news stories and then like knowing or like double checking if I don't feel like it's something that, or if it's like too good to be true, or if it's like something that's too like insane to be true. Like I have to immediately think like, I wonder if this comes from some Russian bot farm. It's obvious what they are doing with Russia. What are they doing with Russia, Letner Goat? Tell me. It's on the 6th? Wait, we looked this up yesterday. What are you talking about? Kamala, Trump, debate on Tuesday. It's not tomorrow. It is on the 10th. But you said it's tomorrow. Wait, who was the one that said that it's tomorrow? Yeah, Gas is the one that said it's tomorrow first, okay? F you. You guys are gaslighting the Let me watch my video.
And monitored the funding and hiring. They introduced Afanasieva as a member of the purported editing team using fake personas, Helena Shruda and Victoria Pesty. They blah, blah, blah. They say, for one example, in March 22nd, 2024 terror attack on a music venue in Moscow, Afanasieva asked one of U.S. company's founders to blame Ukraine and the U.S. for the attack, writing, I think we could focus on the Ukraine-U.S. angle. The mainstream media spread fake news that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack, yet ISIS itself never made such statements. All terrorists are now detained while they were heading to the border with Ukraine. Didn't we say that was ISIS? We covered that.
We said it was ISIS.
Spread fake news. Asked one of U.S. company's founders to blame Ukraine and the U.S. for the attack, writing, I think we could focus on the Ukraine-U.S. angle. The mainstream media spread fake news that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack, yet ISIS itself never made such statements. All terrorists are now detained while they were heading to the border with Ukraine.
Wait, hold on. For which one? Oh my God, really? So they said, after the terrorist attack at the music venue in Moscow, Afanasieva asked one of the U.S. company One's founders to blame Ukraine and the United States for the attack, writing, I think we can focus on the Ukraine-U.S. angle. The mainstream media spread fake news that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack, yet ISIS itself never made such statements.
Didn't we say that was ISIS? We covered that.
We said it was ISIS, yeah.
Yeah, we covered that story. We said it was ISIS. And they're arguing that Tenet was saying it was Ukraine or something?
This is what the terrorist attack on October 7th.
I'm pretty sure
that's what they were telling people to say on it, yeah. And they were talking to they told what's her name? Lauren Chen to blame it on America and on Ukraine.
Called it ISIS, and we were like, oh wow.
I thought we talked about the spread of Islamic extremism in Europe, but
yeah. Which also is like anyway, so they go on to mention that $9.7 million was sent. The document names a few people, but they do this thing where they don't name the person. But if you're fans of The Simpsons, then you'll remember that episode where they said it's Principal Skinner, and he's like, a certain person has complained. We'll call her Lisa S. No, that's not good enough. We'll say L. Simpson. Yeah. And so everybody knew it was her. So when they go in this document and they basically say, like, here's a person, here's how many subscribers they have, and here's the show they produce, but we're not saying their name, you get what they're doing and why. So I got a statement for you guys. I said, my statement regarding the DOJ indictment. Should these allegations prove true, I, as well as other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else in the company as to what they do or what they are instructed. The Culture War podcast was licensed by Tenet Media. It existed well before any license agreement with Tenet. It will continue to exist after any such agreement expires. The only change with the agreement was that the location of the live broadcast moved to Tenet's YouTube channel. I and the Culture War never produced any content for Tenet Media. And I want to clarify that too, because I got community noted on this thing. We didn't take orders, instruction, or editorial guidance in any way. The only thing that we had was we produce the Culture War Friday mornings at 10 a.m. You can go to youtube.com/Timcast. That's where it is. But the core broadcast of the show moved from that channel to Tenet as part of a licensing agreement. So like if, I don't know, say CBS or some major network said, hey, we want to put Timcast IRL also on our channel at the same time slot, I'd be like, sure, whatever, pay us a fee. I wouldn't know what they were doing. I wouldn't know what commercials they were running. I don't know what they were saying.
Say it again.
And so that's basically, but we didn't take orders, instruction, or editorial guidance in any way. The only thing that we had was we produce the Culture War Friday mornings at 10 a.m. You can go to youtube.com/Timcast. That's where it is. But the core broadcast of the show moved from that channel to Tenet as part of a licensing agreement. So like if, I don't know, say CBS or some major network said, hey, we want to put Timcast IRL also on our channel at the same time slot, I'd be like, sure, whatever, pay us a fee. I wouldn't know what they were doing. I wouldn't know what commercials they were running. I don't know what they're saying. And so that's basically what we did. Now considering this, and I don't know what is true or not, I think what is likely going to happen is that the show is just going to revert back to the same exact show that it always was. And it's going to be on youtube.com/Timcast as we do. That's the only thing I can really say. I don't know. Let me read more. Never at any point did any...
That's all you can say? You can't say like, damn, it's kind of crazy that we were being funded by Russians and... Okay.
One other than I have full editorial control of the show, and its contents of the show are often apolitical. Examples include discussing...
Is this all such a distraction? Russia, Ukraine isn't going to decide the 2024 election? Well, that's not all that they were getting them to push. Do you think that that's the only reason that they were like getting paid to do these things?
So here's the big news. This major attack in Moscow.
Uh-oh. Did he say... Oh, no. Did he say that it was Ukraine? Oh my God, it's like right at the beginning.
Moscow at the concert hall. Islamic State claims responsibility. I'm just going to come out right away and say doubt, but...
Oh, you lying scum. You lying scum. You did push it, please.
Okay. The Islamic State group claimed responsibility for the attack on the Moscow concert hall that left at least 40 people killed. I believe you said, Jack, earlier, it's up before the show, it's up to 70 now?
I'm seeing 70. Of course, I'll just do the preface, your disclaimer that this thing is ongoing. It's happening in real time. The attack happened just a couple hours before we went live here. Security services we know are going through the center right now. So take everything we say as being within the fog of war. This is a real time situation. It's actually going on. And I believe I'm even hearing stuff that I look into that say that they're still chasing after some of the terrorists, and elements of the Wagner group and even Russian Spetsnaz are up in Moscow trying to go after these guys.
Okay. ISIS?
I mean, that would seem like a stretch because ISIS, as everyone knows, was, at least in terms of the physical.
Is that? It is. It's Jack Posobiec.
Caliphate was destroyed during the Trump administration. We had this orange man as president who did very, very bad things to ISIS, and they went away. But what people also don't always realize is
ISIS has been doing. ISIS didn't just like disappear off the face of the earth. They're still in Syria. They're still in all these different places. They're just severely weakened.
That ISIS was also fighting Russia in Syria. So certainly would have motive. There's no question about that. It's just been that we haven't.
Probably Hamas. It was ISIS. It's been confirmed to be ISIS. The U.S. warned Russia about it. That ISIS was planning a terrorist attack on that day at a concert, and Russia didn't listen to them. We have a duty to inform, even to our adversaries, and we did. We have records, we have documentation that we had warned them about the probability of a terrorist attack on that day, and it happened. And it was ISIS, and they claimed responsibility immediately afterwards. And it was a bunch of Middle Eastern dudes that they captured.
Really heard from them in years, and all of a sudden pop up in the middle of Moscow, right after Putin has this huge victory, right after Ukraine got absolutely bombed to the Stone Age last night.
I got a conspiracy theory.
Are there subversives in the Caucasus that could be trained up to do something like this? Certainly. But the idea that this has nothing to do with Ukraine is frankly just ludicrous.
I think it could be Russia.
That's what I was thinking too.
What would the objective be for Ukraine? What is their gain militaristically, strategically of attacking this concert hall? There's an obvious one: shock, terror.
Yes,
you fight us, we bring this to your home.
You will down on themselves. Yes.
But also making sure the people of Russia that are supporting it know that this is not something you can hide from. We'll bring it to you. There's also I believe that's the most likely. The slightly.
He is such a lying scum Russian shill. You said, oh, we said it was ISIS. Yeah, we all said it was ISIS. You guys are saying it's Ukraine. Yeah, dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. Someone please clip this so I can download the clip and post it. Post it to Twitter. Never trust anything that these scum subhuman pieces of shit ever say. Jesus Christ.
Spirituality, dating, and video games. In fact, we had one episode called "Is Donald Trump the Antichrist? Or is it Elon Musk?" Which is literally when we brought on these dudes who think Donald Trump is the Antichrist. I don't know.
Drew Tang was one of them, I think.
Was
I
that
wasn't around for that? Yeah, Drew.
I said the show is produced in its entirety by our local team without input from anyone external to the company. The Culture War is a separate company not associated with Timcast.com or other properties. It exists solely for the production of the Culture War podcast. That being said, we still do not know what is true. These are only allegations. Putin is a scumbag. Russia sucks donkey balls. And to the journalists who wish to jump the gun, create their own narrative, or lie about what is currently...
Did Tim Pool do something to you, Sanso? Why are you so angry at him? I'm angry at him because he's created people like you. I'm mad at him because he's a fool on the internet. He's dim fool on the internet, and he's convinced other dim fools like you that America needs to just like go and hide in the cuck corner while Russia and China take over the rest of the world. I've never watched Tim Pool though. Like I said earlier, it's about the narratives, the talking points that these popular commentators put out there, and then they disseminate throughout like the entirety of the United States. Maybe it was Paddock. What the fuck are you talking about?
Going on, you can eat my Irish ass. And I will stress,
Okay, 1 second. Let's go back to them saying it was ISIS.
They have, and here's the show they produce.
Said it was ISIS. Yeah.
And U.S. Yeva for what we produce on the culture war, which is available on iTunes and Spotify. In order to carry out RT's secret influence campaign, they say these individuals posed as outside editors at the company and monitored the funding and hiring. They introduced Afanasieva as a member of the purported editing team using fake personas, Helena Shruda and Victoria Pesty. They blah, blah, blah. They say, for one example, in March 22nd, 2024 terror attack on a music venue in Moscow, Afanasieva asked one of U.S. company's founders to blame Ukraine and the U.S. for the attack, writing, I think we can focus on the Ukraine-U.S. angle. The mainstream media spread fake news that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack, yet ISIS itself never made such statements. All terrorists are now detained while they were heading to the border with Ukraine. Didn't we say that was ISIS? We covered that.
We said it was ISIS, yeah.
Yeah, we covered that story. We said it was ISIS. And there...
Did you, Tim Pool? Because if we look at this...
I got a conspiracy theory.
Are there subversives in the Caucasus that could be trained up to do something like this? Certainly. But the idea that this has nothing to do with Ukraine is frankly just ludicrous.
I think it could be Russia.
That's what I was thinking too.
What would the objective be for Ukraine? What is their gain militaristically, strategically of attacking this concert hall? There's an obvious one: shock, terror.
Yes,
you fight us, we bring this to your home.
You will down on themselves. Yes.
But also making sure the people of Russia that are supporting it know that this is not something you can hide from. We'll bring it to you. There's also I believe that's the most likely. The slightly or a bit less likely, but still very probable, is Russia doing it to itself, because they could then point the finger at anybody they want.
The most likely thing is Ukraine, huh, Tim? Oh man, it's so bad back to back, dude. It's so bad back to back. Talked about the aid for Hochul with ties to a Chinese spy. There's only so many things I could talk about at a time. Let me get through this video, please. Okay. Like, again, I told you that I don't have very much time to stream, so I would like to finish the video. If you want to come in at the beginning of next stream and link it to me, I will specifically for you look into it.
I guess. I mean, so the DOJ is alleging that word Gregorian of the internet was a silly show covering viral videos which ended 4 months ago. The DOJ has never contacted me regarding this matter, and I have no intention to comment further. The screenshot directly from the indictment speaks for itself. Well, for me, I'll say what I can, I suppose, but the issue really is we cover the big stories of the day, and this seems to be the one that's trending and popping up all over X. But in the indictment, it clearly points out, they say that Kalishnikov, Afanasieva, I can't pronounce that, Founder 1 and Founder 2 worked together to mask U.S. company's true source of funding by falsely portraying to Commentator 1 and 2 that U.S. Company 1 was sponsored by a private investor named Edward Gregorian. In truth, and in fact, Gregorian was a fictional persona. For example, during contract negotiations, Commentator 1 requested that Founder 1 provide a profile or article on Gregorian. In response, Founder 1 sent Commentator 1 a one-page profile provided to Founder 1 by other fictional persona purporting to represent Gregorian, falsely describing Gregorian. I guess. I mean, so the DOJ is alleging that some of these personalities, I guess, is Dave, what is this? Is Dave
Rubin?
What is this? A screenshot? Speaks for itself. Right. So you can infer, there's a list of commentators that are included in it, and it clearly shows that the indictment's allegation, I don't know if it's true, is that the founders intend.
It's probably true. If the feds got enough evidence for an indictment, it's probably true. There's probably a reason Lauren Chen isn't saying anything online. Okay.
Intentionally sought to deceive the people who are involved as talent for the company, and that's about it. I don't know what else to say about it other than welcome to the 2024 news cycle.
What do you mean you don't have anything else to say about it? You've been paid for at least a year by the literal government of Russia to continue spreading the stupid things that you talk about because you're a useful idiot for the Russian propaganda machine. You are literally paid by Russia to be the that you are. You don't have anything else to say about it? You got nothing? You got nothing? Come on.
I warned you all last year it was going to get absolutely crazy, and it's only just begun. So once again, I am suing Kamala Harris for defamation. Our legal team is working on it. I've got updates. We've got big news that's coming very soon.
The cope fake lawsuit that he's bringing against Kamala Harris. Cool, brother.
And then this. So I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Buckle up. It's not close to being done yet.
It sounded like these two Russian people used fake names when they joined Tenet, when they came to Tenet. Was that what that indictment
That's
said?
what the DOJ says, yes.
So it sounds like Tenet's got defrauded by these two people as well.
There's other things.
No, Lauren Chen knew because in their correspondence, Lauren Chen and the other person, I guess, who is her husband, were talking about the Russians are paying for this, the Russians are paying for that. You know, the Russians are telling me to say this. Like, they knew Tenet Media was directly, like, knowingly engaging with Russian disinformation actors to be Russian disinformation actors.
In the indictment that accuse the founders of apparently being aware of what was really going on.
The founders
They were
of
aware.
Tenet.
Well, it says right there in the indictment. I just read this for you. It says that founder 1, 2, and the two defendants worked together to mask the true source of their funding and tried to deceive commentators.
Okay.
Founder 1 and 2 are Lauren Chen and her husband, I believe.
So there's, you know, for obvious reasons, I can only say so much, but I can just stress the point. Culture War is going to be live this Friday morning at 10 a.m. And we're going to be discussing, I think...
We're going to go ahead and advertise the show that's been subsidized by the Russian government to spread Russian propaganda after it's been shown that it is Russian propaganda. Let's advertise it. God, what a horrible... Oh, wait, hold on. It was just a really good freeze frame. Sorry. Let me just do this, do that, go like this. My face when I advertise my Russian-backed propaganda podcast while reading the indictment about me getting paid by Russia. Bruv. It's rough out here, dude. It's rough out here. If you knew what propaganda was, you'd actually realize you were the one spreading it. I'm sorry. There's no indictment against me for being paid by a foreign government to spread misinformation on the internet. But there is evidence that Tim Pool was paid by a foreign government to spread Russian propaganda on the internet. Uh-oh.
Movies? So I don't know. You know, I love the... What is this? Look on the right. Scandal. DOJ claims Benny Johnson and Lauren Chen are Russian agents with Natalie Winters.
They claim that.
Well, scandal is a question mark.
Yeah, that's actually not true. They claim Benny Johnson was a victim. But, you know, it's all over X or whatever.
Well, it depends. Let's see if they start subpoenaing y'all's correspondence, internal and with Tenet Media. Well, I guess we'll have to see.
And everyone's talking about it. And I just think it's funny that they were like, it pushed Russian interests. And I'm just like, our show will be live on Friday, and we're talking about movies, I think. We're talking about movie production this time. So, whatever.
Man, it's like it's a very sensitive period of human history. We're talking a little bit about the show, like the world order, the shifting of the world order. They want to like evolve the liberal economic order into a new world order that's more viable. I don't know, that's more synergistic with the way we live. That's not BRICS, because the BRICS alliance looks like a counter-imposing order. And like, how is that happening? And are people getting caught up in the psychological warfare? Obviously, if people are coming in with fake money and defrauding companies and YouTube creators.
I think it's kind of more interesting, and I'm not suggesting anything nefarious from the DOJ, but you know, today is the first time Tim Walz is doing his solo appearances, 2 of them in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris is up in New Hampshire talking about how she's going to help small businesses. And then we're like, hey, it's kind of a slow news day, except for this thing. Like, why is the press during the election cycle taking this off day, not covering what these 2 Democrats are talking about? Instead, the DOJ has released, it's not just this, the DOJ has a ton of...
Because, like, just like with Trump, they're not, like, going and watching literally every single press release, or like, I'm sorry, not press release. They're not going and covering every single like campaign stop, because that would be ridiculous. They'll cover some and they'll take some sound bites out of some, but like they're not going to like sit there and play them constantly, because it's going to be the same exact speech every single time. They don't write a like completely different. There might be like 1 or 2 differences per speech. Like, come the on, dude. I just ate Thai and touched my eye. That's a rough life too. Is the allegation stronger than that he just works for this Russia-funded org? Is he actually taking marching orders from them? It seems like, I need to read the full indictment. It seems like there was marching orders. I don't know who all got them, and I don't know who all like went along with them. And it's also spurious as to like who all knew who was the like overfunder. But like they again, like the only person, like the only thing that they knew, right? The only thing that they knew was that the guy was some Gregor whatever the guy, right? They tried to Google him, they couldn't find him. He's supposedly some finance like billionaire who's bankrolling this thing, right? They couldn't find any trace of him. They couldn't like find a LinkedIn. They asked for like more information on this guy like 3 times before they got one singular image of a like basically a resume of who this guy is. Still weren't able to find him anywhere else on the internet, and they were just like, oh well, I guess that checks out, and they took the money. Like they just like they didn't do any. They just thought it's like if they were genuinely like this stupid on everything, I would expect them to be talking about getting scammed by a Nigerian prince on a regular basis, right? Like, well, he said he was a Nigerian prince, and I sent him $500,000, and I was supposed to get $3 million back, but he hasn't responded to me, and so I feel like this is the deep state. Like, that's what I would expect to hear if they were actually that stupid. Someone knew something. Lauren Chen is like almost confirmed to know something. It seems like the indictment is against her, right? And the 2 Russian agents.
Of things that have come out today. And it's interesting to me that, maybe it's coincidental, but also that the news media seems to have taken a pause, waited for these to come out, and then this happens to be the one that's getting big on X. Probably.
I think the funny thing is that like Dave Rubin was posting clips of just like a guy buying stuff at Taco Bell and getting mad. Like apparently his show was him just commenting on nonsense. It's just like the weirdest thing. They're like they were pushing Russian aligned misinformation. It's like I think his show was like a woman would be in a viral video throwing quarters at somebody, and they'd be like, "What are these people doing?"
I wonder if there was like a message that got sent, just 1 or 2. That's like, well, what if you did a show about this thing? And that's like the real Russian op is that they're like, why not just look at one of these maybe one day? Think about it.
Well, I can tell you that never happened here. Culture War is produced here.
Fully independent.
Fully independent. We
here in Russia.
I think I talked to Lauren Chen twice this year. So it's
she
like
was on the show last like 8 months.
Yeah, you had a literal like FARA violation Russian asset in your studio who brought you onto their media organization that was a front for Russian disinformation actors, and they chose you for a reason because you're a useful idiot for the Russian state government. Like, what is wrong with you? Yeah, like, are you completely like? Here's the thing: they know exactly how bad this is. They know exactly how bad this is for their reputation, and they're pretending like this is just like, oh well, another Tuesday. And you aren't, and I'm not what? Send it to me in the Discord. Tim Pool is a shill, but generally Russia and China prefer Democrats to be in power. No, not true. I think I saw some intel report that showed what like our adversaries, which party each one of our adversaries would prefer to have in power. For the Russians, it was the Republicans. I can't remember who China preferred, and Iran preferred the Democrats because they just really hate Trump because he killed Soleimani. So they're trying, they hacked his campaign. So like our adversaries, they have different preferences. And a Russian propaganda agent? Well, unfortunately for anyone that wants to just do the know you thing, there is an actual indictment that shows that Mr. Tim Pool here was actually engaged in, being paid by Russian operatives to spread his bullshit. And there will never be any evidence of anyone paying me to give any of my opinions. So Yeah, I mean, you can know this all you want, but there's literally an indictment against like the media company that he worked for. Trump killed Soleimani. Am I thinking of the wrong person? Who the f am I thinking of? Iranian general Qasem Soleimani. Yeah. Putin first endorsed Biden, then Kamala? Yeah, why the f would we trust anything that he says? He's already like openly saying that he wants to influence the outcome of the election in the United States. I can't stand you people. An indictment saying Tim Pool took money from Russia still doesn't mean anything. What is it? What do you mean it doesn't mean anything? It means that the Russians were willing to pay him millions of dollars because he was enough of a useful idiot that he would just like say the Russian propaganda. Why would we trust anything intel agencies say? Yeah, we already know you're an anti-American piece of shit who doesn't trust our own government. You would rather trust the government of Russia. Like you said yesterday. You trust Russia more than you trust our own country. You hate America. Congratulations. Yeah, but if he arrived entirely organically at those opinions, what are we supposed to conclude from that? That he's been like sucking the teat of the Russian propaganda machine, even if he arrived at those opinions organically, which like you could argue whether or not like being fooled into believing Russian propaganda is organic or not. But like he arrived at these opinions, you know, through all of these different means, and then they saw him as enough of an asset to pay him literally millions of dollars. Him being and taking that money isn't illegal? Well, no, not necessarily. It's not necessarily illegal unless something comes out that says that he knew that he was taking Russian money. The only person right now that I know of in the indictment that is listed as knowing that it was the Russians was Lauren Chen. I'm saying that Tim Pool is just a that's being paid to do this.
Months ago or
something.
something.
Oh yeah, we had her on the Culture War with Pearl Davis talking about dating. I don't know, dude. We have a show where we talk about cultural issues. Thank you and have a nice day, I guess. Maybe it's a slow news day and that's why. But I don't know. You know, people are like trying to hit me up like crazy, and I'm just like, dude, I got nothing for you. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, I don't know how Hinkle dodged this dog.
Does your company have a lot of investors? Do you have to vet kind of who comes on?
I'm the only guy. So
you're solo?
That's why I get to do what I want to do. And, you know, unlike the other guys in tech, I'm the Lone Ranger in tech. All these other guys, they got their VC buddies that, you know, tell them what they want, what they can do and can't do.
And that was like an intentional choice because...
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, I had a brief introduction to the world of VCs when we were first getting started. And, yeah, you don't want to be in that world.
You just came with your own money and then hit...
You know, a friend of mine invested in the company and, you know, he cut a check. And my early investor was 72 years old, so he wanted to exit. And, you know, he exited on a great deal. He's still, you know, we're still great friends. And, yeah, but I got to admit, I'm kind of jealous of your situation. I like working on fun things, and nothing seems more fun than, nothing seems more fun than suing the vice president.
I mean, I don't know. It's not fun to have people messaging you about the vice president accusing you of calling for the mass jailing and execution of half the country. It's kind of a weird thing to accuse someone of wanting, especially when I'm like very ardently opposed to the death penalty.
You had that crazy woman on again later after she said that they should bring back the death penalty for Democrats. You obviously weren't that offended. You were only scared for your platform. Ukraine's invasion of Russia risked World War III. How Russia could use nuclear weapons in retaliation. Ukraine war is over. Zelensky begs for loans, bans elections. Russia has won and the U.S. is out. Like, yeah. I mean, Jesus. Was it long ago you wanted death penalty for vax holdouts? I don't think I ever said that. And if I did say it was extremely hyperbolic and obviously a joke meant to trigger the out of you, which I guess it obviously did since you remember it and I don't. Dude, it was really 3.5 years since Soleimani. 3.5 years is not a long time.
So, you know, I suppose the thing is like, I don't know, man. Like these things don't move the needle for me. Mm-hmm. I don't know. You guys ever see Office Space?
Yeah.
I'm like that guy.
Such a good movie.
I'm like with the main character. What's his name? What's the actor's name?
Rob Livingston?
Was that
Ron Livingston?
Yeah, and so like he goes to the hypnotist and also he doesn't care anymore and he like shows up and he's like, whatever, I don't care. That's it. It's like, you know, there's a lot of people freaking out about all this stuff. I get these messages and I'm just like laughing. I'm like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Like obviously IRL's hot. culture war is fun, but rock stardom is where we're destined for.
I like that that's your like next career move to become a rock star. I feel like that's pretty bold. Not everyone would go that route.
So the feds are going to show up and they're going to say, listen, you know, you're too influential and you're outside of our control. So what's going to happen is we're going to produce an album.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
For you, it's going to go double platinum. It's going to be big, but you're going to resign from politics and you're going to quit the show and Ian's going to be like, done.
We'll call it the New World Order. It'll be so hot, dude. Let's call it Runaway Breakdown. That's what I really want to call the show.
He's going to knock on the door and be like, they're going to be like, Mr. Crossland, how would you like to be a famous rock star? Just quit politics. And
I mean, I've never really been in politics. The whole purpose of why I'm even here is because I care about the truth. I want to understand what's really going on. And so I'm drawn to understanding politics. I don't want to mess with it that much.
This is politics, bro. That's the only thing. I don't care about politics. I didn't vote for anybody in 2016. I care about what's true. And the problem is we have an entire machine state of lies. And so it's no matter where you turn, everything's a lie.
Everything's a lie, except for the things that we say, because we were funded by the Russian government. And I'm not going to like really address that. Instead, I'm just going to plug the podcast that they were specifically paying me millions of dollars a month for. Dude, this is beyond parody, dude.
Every government on earth is just built to lie. It's built to maintain order through deception. I mean, it's not fully deceptive. There's lots of honesty in it, but it's willing to lie to maintain order.
And the crazy thing is the quote.
Full Loomer clip.
What happened was we were talking about crime and punishment, and Donald Trump needs to go after these people. Laura was saying, take the gloves off, stop being nice to them, them. And I said, they should all be arrested. There should be lists. Laura said, we should give anyone who committed treason the death penalty, and then the show gone. Because YouTube doesn't allow calls for the death penalty. That's why they deleted our episode of Alex Jones the first time it happened 3 years ago. And he didn't even say anything crazy. He said, I agree with Bill Gates. We should have firing squads. And
hold on. This isn't both of them, right? Oh, wait, hold on. There's two links. Gotcha. No. What? This isn't both of them, right? Or did they play the rest of it at the end of here?
He later was like, I meant vaccines. Line them up. Give him shots. Get him. He was like I was making a joke. I was sarcastically
saying. I'm not going to pull an Alex Jones. I stand by everything I said. I'm not sorry for anything I said. I truly believe that there may be different interpretations of what it means to commit treason. I truly believe that the people who engaged in the coup against Donald Trump and have caused, civil unrest and chaos in our country for the last 7 years through Crossfire Hurricane and also through these what I believe are illegal witch hunts against the president of the United States right now, unconstitutional witch hunts against Donald Trump. They are treasonous. They are traitors. They should get the death penalty when they are jailed in the next Trump administration. And
You're not allowed to call for the deaths of people, Letner Goat.
Going to apologize for what I said. I, was not trying to get your stream taken down, but my belief is held by millions of Americans. And
you're saying
I really do believe that
when they are arrested or when they're indicted, arrested,
and they have a trial,
and convicted.
Yes.
Should they be found to have committed treason by a jury of their peers, you say death penalty.
Absolutely. Do you think? Absolutely, 100%.
She just said, you're not supposed to call for the death of people. You're not supposed to call for the death of people, dude. This is the original clip.
Head of the CIA and the FBI. Kash Patel would be fantastic. We can have Attorney General. There's some names floating around. And then they can start having their investigators and the feds issuing subpoenas, pulling up evidence, and with real evidence, bring them to judges for warrants. Then these people can spend three years of their lives fighting tooth and nail for the crime against the government for crimes they committed, and we can prove. Yeah. And the reason why we put them on trial is that we can show the whole world we will uncover what you've done. We will make sure everyone knows, and you will be held accountable for it. We normally go to Super Chats here, but we're getting a bonus members only on a Friday instead of Super Chats. It's actually really simple. We added a 10-second delay because we're building the dump system, which we don't actually have functioning because it's convoluted. But I actually don't take any issue at all with what Laura said. I actually completely.
Oh, this is the clip?
I am in no penalty.
Oh my God. This isn't the clip. Okay, we're good. It's all good. Okay, I don't know if are they just talking about opining about how they want to be rock stars next? Because they've been caught as being Russian stooges?
Defend Trump trend from 2016, 17 or whatever perfectly explains where many people ended up. I didn't care. I'm like, look, the political machine is crazy. And then I'd watch Donald Trump say something on TV and I'd be like, how about that? And the next day I'm talking to someone and they'd be like, did you hear that Donald Trump said X? And I'd be like, no, he didn't. He said Y. Why are you defending Trump? What do you mean? Trump literally said the opposite of that on TV. I watched it. Why are you lying to me? And they get mad at you and they attack you. Then all of a sudden I'm like, okay. So I do this podcast and I say, Trump never said that. He said this. And then they're like, you're a Russian agent or whatever. So it's quite literally, if you try to expose the lies, you're right wing.
I know. And the idea of passively allowing the structure to deceive people to maintain order is it feels so sickeningly dirty.
It's not order though, dude. The Ukraine war is not order. Like,
I was listening to this interview because Zelensky has made moves into Russia now, and there was a reporter from, I would think, totally mainstream source, I can't remember which one, NBC, ABC, whatever, and he was like, so, but do you think that, like, when you did this, did you give any warning to Washington, to Biden? And he was like, Zelensky's like, no, of course not. I have to be secret about these things. And the mainstream American reporter is like, but Americans feel like they're funding, helping Ukraine defend themselves from Russia, and this doesn't really seem like what you're doing now. Like, I think there's a lot of misconception about what's going on, and I think that there may be people who are vying for power and influence in the world, but a lot of it is just chaos, like people grabbing opportunities whenever they can.
I mean, here's the question for you guys. 'Cause I pointed this out. I was talking to my friends back in 2015. Do you like that we have cheap fuel? Do you like that we don't export things, but we get access to all these things around the world? Basically, if you like the status quo, which includes the bombing of foreign countries, the military expansionism, wars, that declaration, Hillary Clinton's...
Trump expanded the drone bombing war, dude. What are you talking about? He's talking too fast. I sped it up because they stopped talking about anything interesting. One sec, where is it?
That we have cheap fuel. Do you like that we don't export things, but we get access to all these things around the world? Basically, if you like the status quo, which includes the bombing of foreign countries, the military expansionism, wars, that declaration, Hillary Clinton's your candidate. And you know what? You don't got to think twice. You don't got to bat an eye. You can wake up. You can go work as a receptionist at whatever business. You can get paid your salary, and you will live under the petrodollar. If you vote for Donald Trump, you're voting for hard work. You're voting for sacrifice. You're voting for better deals with this country. And that's going to have a negative impact on the liberal economic order. So the question is now, I see the Democratic establishment, the Uniparty, because Liz Cheney is a part of it now too, what the Republicans mean. Yeah, their attitude is we will remain wealthy and in control if we go to war, we blow up anybody who opposes us. Gaddafi, you want to create a union, you want to trade in...
Gaddafi was like gassing people in his country. Russia could have vetoed the UN resolution to have NATO blow him the up. But even Russia realized that it was so that he just abstained.
Gold or euro?
The petrodollar isn't made up, but it's the conspiracy theories around what the petrodollar is so stupid.
Hillary Clinton says we came, we saw, he died. Saddam Hussein, you won't fall in line. Same thing. The U.S. will go in and take out these leaders and overthrow their countries and CIA backed coups. That is not order.
That just doesn't happen. The CIA doesn't back coups. And like at the end of the day, like if you even look back in history, I watched a video on this recently. If you look back in history, we don't even have a good track record of accomplishing that. Like we're not good at it. We tried to do it in the Congo, and Belgium had to come and bail us out. Otherwise, we were going to start like a massive war with Russia in Africa. Like the CIA is full of human beings that up. They did it in Dallas, Texas. What are you talking about? What the does that mean? Ask RFK Jr. Dude, JFK was not killed by the CIA, you like drooling Neanderthal. Let's get through this.
That is just military might of one faction on the planet. I suppose the argument then is, do you, and I'll throw this to you guys, believe there's a possibility of stable global order in a multipolar world, meaning multiple powerful countries?
Find me your strongest JFK assassination conspiracy boy, and I will debate him. There was no magic bullet. What happened? This is the car. You have the driver's seat. You have the back benches. Now, normally, the front seat would be... Oh, wait. How exactly did that bullet fly? Like, let's say that one's there and that this one is here, right? And people will say that the bullet, like, came in from this direction, went through JFK, and then had to go and rechange the angle to hit this guy. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I have it flipped. I literally just watched something on this. It would have been from this angle. Whatever the case. They say it did like an S curve. But like the front seat wasn't right there. And you can go and you can see this car for yourself. You can see this car for yourself. It was actually instead of being like up against the door like that, like people think, where it goes like this and then it curves and it goes like that, it was up against the console. It was a jump seat. And you can see in pictures, the guy is seated further back away from the door. It's a custom-made limo for these sorts of things so that people can all get a better view of the president. It hit the guy in the front seat in vastly different spots. Right. You would think that if the chair was in the normal spot, but it was over here. It was like right in the middle almost. So the trajectory is actually perfect. Also, if you're watching this, Zapruder footage, you know what you are explaining is out the window. No. What are you talking about? What about the Zapruder footage, the Zapruder film, changes anything that I just said? JFK's head blows backwards, not forward. If you slow it down, frame by frame, his head goes down and then back. Down and then back. How do you know? Have you ever seen personally with your own eyes someone get shot in the back of the head? Do you know how someone's body jerks around like once they get shot? His head for like 1 or 2 frames goes down and then his nervous system jerks him back. You can literally, if you want to go through, that's the neck shot followed by the kill shot from, no, there is no. How much money do you want to put down on this? We need to work on your drawing skills? Sorry. There's a video that I watch on I watched this video to go to sleep. We're done with this video. Sorry. Sean Munger, JFK.
To testify.
No, it was by a historian. The bullet didn't do anything magic. Let's see if we can find the exact. There we go.
Like this one, but this sketch shows Connolly seated directly in front of Kennedy, meaning that the path of the bullet hitting one and then the other would indeed have to be S-shaped. But the problem was that we're not oriented that way. Connolly was sitting on a jump seat sticking out of the side of the limo interior. He was not directly in front of Kennedy. He was seated ahead of him and more to the left than Kennedy was. Here is a photo of them sitting in the limousine.
His arm, his forearm and elbow are like stretched out so that he can reach to wave at people. JFK has his whole arm over. He is like right up against the door. This guy is not.
You can see it's pretty damn obvious. Furthermore, you can see the orientation of the limo seats with your own eyes if you know where to look. JFK's limo, which was used that day, is currently in the Henry Ford Museum in Detroit, Michigan. I went there in 2003 and I saw it myself. Here's a picture that I took of it. I can tell you that from my own personal observation, which you can replicate yourself if you go there in real life, Connolly's seat is to the left, and the Grodin sketch is wrong. So if you show them how they were actually sitting, and you note the location of the wounds, Kennedy's neck, Connolly's torso, then wrist and thigh, in fact, they line up perfectly. So the second shot passes through Kennedy's neck and then hits Connolly in the back. There is physical evidence that this had to be the same bullet that had passed through Kennedy's body. And the evidence is that the entrance wound on Connolly's back was oval-shaped. Now, let me quote the House Select Committee on Assassinations on this point. Quote, a factor that influenced the panel significantly was the ovoid shape of the wound in the governor's back, indicating that the bullet had begun to tumble or yaw.
Like literally, like for every one of the conspiracies that you dumb want to believe, there is someone out there that will like show Zapruder disproves this also.
The evidence. A piece of purported evidence of a conspiracy in the JFK assassination that has convinced apparently more people than any other single claim is the movement or alleged movement of President Kennedy's head just after he received the fatal shot, which is a horrifying image that is caught on the Zapruder film. The claim is that the president's head snaps backwards in reaction to the bullet impact, which many people say must be inconsistent with a shot coming from Kennedy's rear, where Oswald is known to have been. Therefore, the story goes, this alone is supposedly proof that the fatal shot came from the front, not the rear. The motion of Kennedy's head is itself repeated as a mantra in the climactic courtroom scene from all.
1 second.
Is Kennedy's head moving backwards directly in response to the shot? But that's not what's on the film. In fact, the president's head moves forward and down first in frames 312 and 314, and only then does it start moving backwards. Because I can't show you the actual horrible images, I've drawn these hopefully inoffensive stick figures to demonstrate, but they are traced directly from the frames of the Zapruder film. If you want to check my work and see the actual frames, they are reproduced in Bugliosi's book in the photo section between pages 434 and 435. See, here is frame 312, which is where the bullet strikes, and here is 313. This is super gross, but junk from Kennedy's head is clearly moving upwards and forwards. Only at frame 314 does the infamous head snap motion start. Now, I'm not distorting anything. Go and check the frames of the Zapruder film for yourself. So it is not back to the left, but rather forward and down, and then back. The second reason why it doesn't mean that Kennedy was hit by a shot from the front is that the movement of a person's head when it is struck by a bullet is significantly affected by neuromuscular reaction, not the force of the bullet itself. Now, the House Select Committee on Assassination spent a considerable amount of time on this issue, although admittedly not as much as it should have, and it concluded that this was the cause of the movements of the president's head when Oswald's bullet struck him. So how can a bunch of total amateurs, which is what conspiracy theorists are, say what a human body must ordinarily do in...
Jackie literally went to the trunk. So brain shit probably exploded all over the place. His head exploded. Oh my God, you're actually you want to believe. He said it went. His head went down and then it jerked back. I can't believe it. You're actually just like you're so lost. You're so lost. Find me your strongest JFK, assassination truther, and I will debate them and I will win because the facts are on my side. You guys want to believe conspiracies about everything, but none of the conspiracies hold any water because they don't have any factual basis. They have a bunch of hearsay from people that changed their stories 5 years later. You must be trolling. I'm sorry. Okay, who can we who dude, when you get shot, you don't just immediately like all of your blood and shit doesn't go just straight forward. It goes out and forward from where the bullet is. I can't believe you. You're an embarrassment.
I never said anything about death penalty or treason. I oppose all of those things. And Laura Loomer, again, interesting, never actually called for anyone to arrest or jail anyone, which is interesting. We're two totally different people. We don't work together. She's appeared on the show as a guest. So this claim is that they are accusing me in this clip of saying that Trump should commit what is tantamount to genocide, that should he win, people who won't support him should get executed. And that is absolutely, absolutely insane. And I don't think there's anything worse you could accuse a person of doing.
To me.
Actually, hold on. Gas, I don't have time for this. I actually have to go. I was just about to say I need to raid out. So let's find someone to raid out to. You know what? We'll raid into Rob Noor. Because I can see that he's live right now. All right. If he's saying something funny, we can go over it next stream. Okay. Love you guys very much. I will catch you guys tomorrow.